بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله رب العالمين والصلاة والسلام على نبينا وحبيبنا محمد صلى الله عليه وسلم وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين. We start with the name of Allah, the most gracious, the most merciful, and all praises are due to Allah, the Lord of the worlds. And we ask Allah to send peace and blessings upon our Prophet, our beloved Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Jazakum khairan barakallahu feekum. Today is the second day of the Dawah workshop, the last day for the Dawah workshop. And without further ado, I'll just pass the floor to Abu Mussab. Barakallahu feekum.
وفيك بارك الله جزاك الله خير. الحمد لله رب العالمين وصلى الله وسلم على نبينا محمد وعلى اله وصحبه اجمعين. أما بعد, welcome back to day 2 of the workshop. I hope you guys have internalized the information on day 1. The exercise was like icing on top, but the core, the main course, was some of the principles that we covered and some of the important elements that you need to have in order to deliver, because of the principle of فاقد الشيء لا يعطيه. The one who does not possess something is unable to give it to others. So it's a prerequisite that you know those things in order to teach them to others. Now the good news is, you might say it was a long session, a lot of things were covered, a lot of ayat were cited. So what do I do? Well, you have 2 choices. Either you took notes, which is amazing. That's what you're supposed to do as a student. You're supposed to hope the microphone works. And there you go. Yours is special? MashaAllah. Yeah, you're supposed to take notes, or it's recorded. So if you really care, you will watch it again. And every time we went over a particular ayah, even if we didn't mention the reference, how can you find it? Does anyone know? Does anyone know? Let's say we said, وَمَنْ يَتَّقِ اللَّهَ يَجْعَلْ لَهُ مَخْرَجًا. And we didn't say in which surah, Surah Al-Talaq. We didn't say, we just said the ayah. You're watching the lecture or the workshop again. You want to find out where this ayah is in the book of Allah. The only thing we did was give the Arabic and the English equivalent. How will you find it? Huh? The app? The team? Oh, it has that option? Okay, good. You're new school, I'm old school. So new school, an app called 13. I think my daughter downloaded it. And it's paid, right? There's a free version, but the free version doesn't give you the same benefits as the paid one, as usual. What's the other option?
Ask someone that knows it.
Ask someone that knows it? Okay. That's very old school. What's in between the super new school and the super old school? If I'm not mistaken, there's a website. It's not exactly reliable. I think it's called Quranic City or something. It has phonetic search, meaning when you type the English letters of the sound, وَمَنْ يَتَّقِي, you type wa, W, for example, man, M-A-N, يَتَّقِي, Y-A-T, anything that's similar, it will pull out the ayah. The accuracy is amazing. I think it's called Quranic Search or Quranic City or some website of this nature. I don't recall exactly now. If you Google it, you can find it. Or just type Quran phonetic search. It will pop up. And this will allow you to... is the camel outside? Did you leave a camel at the door? Woo! He went full-fledged on us. What are you going to do on your wedding day? If this is just for the workshop, yeah. Al-Muhim, did anyone find it? No? Come on, y'all. I need to search on my own. It's a very important website because it will help you, go through all these things out here. Quran, phonetic search. islamicity.org. Beautiful, by the way. But this website, I don't recommend for other things. So I'm not giving a full endorsement of the website. I'm only giving that right there. See? You type in the box, the phonetic, the transliteration of the ayah, you will get the results. Hello? But today, inshallah, building up on the foundation which we established yesterday, we are going to discuss now some of the important aspects of what you need to do, what you need to know as a da'i. And none of you can afford not to be a da'i. A da'i, or also known as da'iyah, because in the Quran it appears as da'iyah, and also da'i, and yad'u. قل هذه سبيلي أدعو إلى الله على بصيرة أنا ومن اتبعني. For example, if you don't know where this ayah is, try to look it up right now on Islamicity. You don't know where this ayah is. Try to look it up. قل هذه سبيلي. So type قل QUL. هذه HATH whatever E. Sabili SABEELEE, and you will get the ayah in Surah Yusuf ala طول. So we'll just be trying to be practical here today. If anyone finds the ayah, raise your hand. If anyone is searching right now, you found the ayah, you got it? We got a winner, ladies and gentlemen. A winner. And you will get nothing, inshallah. Nothing from me, but hopefully a lot of reward from Allah. I'm not here to give away gifts. Like, so that was an example. All right. So a da'i, a caller to Islam, needs to know the most important aspects of Islam. And what would that be? What is the most important thing for you to know? My man. Good. Now, which would be a better answer? Tawheed or Aqidah? And what's the difference between them? What's the difference between Tawheed and Aqidah? And which would be a more comprehensive answer? Aqidah. Aqidah is more comprehensive? Yeah. طيب. So why don't you say Aqidah? Well, after what we did on the futsal court, you're excused for everything. Those who missed it all. No one recorded anything. I'm so sad. This guy has like 18 goals in his record right now as a goalie and as a defender. That's another subject matter altogether. So Aqidah, who knows the root word of why is it called Aqidah?
The root word can be aql.
Aqd? Okay. Hello. And also a knot, uqda. And in the local Arabic dialect, if somebody has a complex, like a psychological state, they say عنده عقدة. يعني he has an issue, something tied around him that is identify with another aspect of Islam because everybody was claiming Islam. And that doesn't mean that we are compromising the use of term Islam, but there's a need for you to identify with other terms in order to deliver the point, not to create a sect of pleasure and following of desires and creating a sectarian mind state. Because a lot of people do that. That the people tend to start behaving in a sectarian way. It's denominational. وتفترق هذه الأمة على 73 فرقة كلها في النار إلا واحدة. سبحان الله. Authentic hadith of the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam, authenticated by so many of the ulama of hadith. And this ummah will divide into 73 sects. This is a prophecy by the Prophet alayhi wasallam. You can't find a way around it. So anyone who says unity, say, relax. There's no unity. We want to unite all the Muslims. It's not going to happen. You understand? When you have a false expectation, and based on your false expectations, you're going about to find solutions for the ummah, you will not find the right solutions because your expectations were set incorrectly in the first place. All these people out there that are trying to push unity, there will be no unity. If you believe Allah is above the heavens, and he believes Allah is everywhere, there will be no unity when we don't agree about Allah Azza wa Jal in the first place. That's basic. He believes that if he goes to the grave of Maulana Chachuchu Machuchu and he calls on him, Ya Shah, please. And I've seen videos and I've seen with my naked eye, back when we started practicing Islam back in the day, we went to all of these maqamat and mazarat. You know, you go and maqam Sidna Zainab, you go to a masjid, people are calling on a dead person instead of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Yani, the qibla is there and they're in a grave throwing pieces of paper to the person in there. So, junoon, this is insane. This is insane. So someone will tell you that this person will intercede for me with Allah Azza wa Jal. And you go to the next person and says, this is shirk. What do you mean? وَأَنَّ الْمَسَاجِدَ لِلَّهِ فَلَا تَدْعُوا مَعَ اللَّهِ أَحَدًا. The masajid, any place of prostration, any place of worship belongs to Allah. Don't call on anyone but Allah. ادعوني أستجب لكم. Call on me, I will respond to you. Did the Prophet ﷺ call on Allah via anyone else? Did he say, oh Allah, through your Prophet Moses or your Prophet Ibrahim or anything of this nature? Did he go to any grave of any person and do any of this? No. They will tell you no. Then you read the entire Quran, it's all demolishing shirk of all types. Leaving absolute, the Prophet ﷺ did not even allow the people to say, مَا شَاءَ اللَّهُ وَشِئْتَ. Whatever Allah wills and you will. And on face value, there's nothing wrong with the speech. Because Allah gave us a will. وَمَا تَشَاءُونَ إِلَّا أَن يَشَاءَ اللَّهُ. So Allah affirmed the Mashiach to us. And when a person said that whatever Allah wills and you will, technically speaking, it's not exactly problematic to this degree, except that if you have a misunderstanding of Aqidah, you can fall into shirk. Because in other occasions, Allah mentions Allah wa Rasuluh. وَأَطِيعُوا اللَّهَ وَرَسُولُهُ. So Allah mentioned Allah and the Messenger in the same context. So they were together in conjunction. But in this case, it was not allowed. Why? Because the Prophet ﷺ was closing all the doors which may lead to someone falling into, making the Prophet ﷺ equal to Allah or a rival to Allah or anything of this nature. All these doors were closed. He said, do not praise me like the Christians did with the son of Mary. إِنَّمَا أَنَا عَبْدُ اللَّهِ وَرَسُولُهُ. I am only the slave of Allah and the messenger. Call me the slave of Allah and his messenger. Then people turn around and write poetry with all kinds of shirk in it about the Prophet ﷺ. And the list goes on. So you have two people with completely contradicting beliefs. What unity? And let's say, hypothetically speaking, so we can cross the I's and dot the T's or whatever they say, or something else. If hypothetically the Muslims defeated all the non-Muslims, they came to fight us and we fought back, and mashallah, tabarakallah, we did a great job. Who's going to be the leader of the Muslims? From which group? I don't have to name them. But you can assume if it came from this group, you think the other groups are going to be like, hey, mashallah, yalla, we're going to go give them bay'ah and swear the oath of allegiance to him. They're going to say no, it's supposed to be us. Our jama'ah should be the people in charge. As soon as he takes charge, they will, overthrow him, take over the next day. The other jama'ah say, wallah, but we'll show you what we got. And they go build and do and get weapons, and then they overthrow him. And we will continue in this vicious cycle. Why? Because we don't even agree. All these denominations do not see eye to eye. So how do you unite? When all of them are willing to say, whenever we differ, we're going to refer the matter to Allah and His Messenger, i.e., the Quran and the Sunnah. فَرَدُّوهُ إِلَى اللَّهِ وَالرَّسُولِ إِن كُنْتُمْ تُؤْمِنُونَ بِاللَّهِ وَالْيَوْمِ الْآخِرِ. If you truly believe Allah on the last day. So any of these issues that I'm mentioning right now, which may appear to be controversial or the people are at odds with, believe me, if we refer them to the Quran and the Sunnah with the proper understanding, there is no difference of opinion, there is no room for deviance. However, people claim to refer the matter to the Quran and the Sunnah, but in reality, they are referring it to their hierarchy of scholarship, whoever it is that they inherited the deen from, generation after generation until this time. They have a commitment to the group. That's why you speak with him and then he will tell you, yes, but our sheikh, whoever the founder of the organization, our sheikh, wallah, he said this. Allah and His Messenger will tell you the Quran and Sunnah. Said, yeah, but do I understand the Quran and Sunnah like the Maulana? Of course not. Maulana had a better understanding of the Quran and Sunnah, so whatever he said must be correct. Who are you anyways? Aren't you too young to be claiming to be a Maulana? Or who are you to say Imam Abu Hanifa was wrong? This is the mentality. Who are you to say Imam Abu Hanifa was wrong? Who are you to say Imam Ahmad was wrong? Who are you to say Fulan and Fulan were wrong? This is the sickness that is within the Ummah. With this mentality, because if the person is telling you he's wrong because Allah said in the Quran, or because the Prophet ﷺ said in the Sunnah, then it doesn't matter. Anyone's opinion can be ignored. Imam Malik himself said, everyone you can take from him and you can reject, except, and he was pointing at the grave of the Prophet ﷺ, except the Prophet ﷺ. That's the only one where there's no, you can accept or reject. You have to accept. So when we have something established from the Sunnah, there's no room for difference of opinion. You, as a representative of Islam and a da'i, you should be aware of those matters, and you should have the proper aqeedah of Ahl Sunnah wal Jama'ah. And not everybody who claims Ahl Sunnah wal Jama'ah is actually Ahl Sunnah wal Jama'ah. Even that name has been hijacked. So we are being very specific, meaning your aqeedah should be in line with the aqeedah of the Sahaba and the Tabi'een and Atba' Tabi'een. Why? Who knows the continuation of the hadith I quoted earlier? The hadith of the 73 sects. I made it up to the point, and this ummah will divide into 73 sects, all of them in the fire except one. Then what happened? Who knows the continuation?
Then the Sahaba asked, who is the one? And the Prophet follows me and my companions.
Something along those lines. It's a very interesting hadith because this hadith is so foundational and so specific in describing our condition, you really don't need much afterwards. And the Sahaba, may Allah bless them, with being keen and being intelligent, religiously intelligent, and asking the right questions at the right time. You see, when the Prophet ﷺ says that the Ummah will divide into 73 sects, 72 of which basically will be in the fire except one, that should alarm you. Mind you, the Sahaba, what condition did they have? What was the condition of the Sahaba? What did they think of themselves? That they were the greatest believers, or that they were hypocrites? They feared that they were hypocrites. The true believer fears that he's a hypocrite. The hypocrite feels like a true believer. You see the twist? If you feel that you're the sheikh, then you're not the sheikh. When you're worried about yourself, am I really at the level I need to be? I'm not talking about you doubting Iman. Don't conflate the two matters. I'm not saying that you wake up, is Islam the true religion? That's not what I'm referring to. That's not what I mean by a hypocrite. A hypocrite is someone who doesn't see himself as righteous. He sees his own sins, his own shortcomings. He looks down upon himself in the religious category. So nobody can tell me about the trash talking we do outside of the religion. But within the religion, I'm a miskin. You should see yourself as a miskin. Umar ibn Khattab used to fear for himself. And when he heard that there was a list of hypocrites, he went, I believe, to Abu Musa al-Ash'ari. He said, I ask you about Allah, is my name there? And did the Prophet name me? Umar ibn Khattab. The one that the wahi, Allah would reveal rules in line with Umar's opinion, as opposed to Abu Bakr. Umar, when the shaitan sees him on one side of the road, the shaitan takes the other side of the road. Do you understand what's going on here? Can you imagine you go on the road, the shaitan takes the other road? When we go on the road, 16 shayateen are on our head. Look here, look there, listen, you're getting waswas from everywhere. The shaitan will take a hike when he sees Umar ibn Khattab. He's sitting there worried about himself and about his condition, whether he is a righteous believer or not. So that makes us understand what the Sahaba, how they assessed themselves. So because of this concern, are we at the level we need to be? And when they were alarmed by the fact that 72 denominations would be entered in the fire, only one would be saved, the natural question, and Jazahumullahu khairan, that they asked it so we can benefit. قالوا من هي يا رسول الله? Which one is it? Which one is that group? So first of all, this affirms that there is a group. There is a group. When people say, how can there be? There is a group, irrespective of the number of people within that group. He said, من كان على مثل ما أنا عليه اليوم وأصحابي. This is one of the authentic wordings of the hadith. And it's very relevant. He said, whoever is upon what I am upon today and my companions. Subhanallah. Why is that important? Because what the Prophet ﷺ was upon back then, that teaches you that will be applicable until Yawm al-Qiyamah, meaning Islam is not changeable. As we have today, people say, we need to revisit the ahkam of al-hudud. Hudud is penal codes. Stoning, execution, chopping the hand of the thief, anything, any type of had from these hudud. You have people today, they want to revisit them and see whether they should remain within the Sharia or they should be removed from the Sharia. No. The Prophet ﷺ said, من كان على مثل ما أنا عليه اليوم وأصحابي and his companions. But you have to connect this hadith with other hadith to get the full picture. So first we're learning that we need to follow the way of the Sahaba. But why? Who are the Sahaba? They are the best of mankind after the prophets. Subhanallah. Imagine, after the prophets of Allah and the messengers of Allah, the best people to ever walk the face of the earth are the companions of the Prophet. They're better than the Hawariyin of Isa, and better than the people of Musa and Bani Israel, and better than anyone that came before them. So much so that the Prophet said, خَيْرُ النَّاسِ The best of mankind. قرني, my generation. يعني الصحابة الأولى. ثم الذين يلونهم ثم الذين يلونهم. Then those who follow them, then those who follow. Guys, you have to understand the wisdom in the Prophet ﷺ teaching us those things. He was aware, because Allah made him aware, not because he knows the unseen, that this ummah will divide. And he was giving us all the signals and all the direction that you need. You know how you use Google Maps now and then you get lost, then you use Waze and then you make it? Nobody got the joke much. You know, whatever navigation application that you're using, it shows you, you know, at this, after 100 meters, take a right, make a U-turn, up, down, whatever direction, until you arrive at the destination. We are given a roadmap. The Prophet ﷺ gave the ummah a roadmap so that you don't stand there and say, what's going on? I don't know which Islam to follow. Something a lot of people say who want to do zero research and zero effort. They just confused, say, I don't understand which Islam to follow. This group says this, and these guys say this, and this masjid is this, and this masjid, I don't know what to follow. There's no such thing. You don't know what to follow. Learn and you will know. So the Prophet ﷺ told us, خَيْرُ النَّاسِ. Now let's connect this with another hadith. مَنْ يُرِدِ اللَّهُ بِهِ خَيْرًا يُفَقِّهُ فِي الدِّينِ. You have to understand the connection and the wording. We go back to the first hadith. خَيْرُ النَّاسِ, the best of people. خَيْرٌ. This hadith. مَنْ يُرِدِ اللَّهُ بِهِ خَيْرًا يُفَقِّهُ فِي الدِّينِ. Whomever Allah intends khayr for, goodness for, He will give him understanding of this religion. But if the best of people were the Sahaba, the best of people were the Sahaba, and whoever Allah intends goodness for, He gives them understanding of the deen, that means that the Sahaba had the best understanding of the deen, then A is equal to C. If A is equal to B and B is equal to C, then A is equal to C, but they're all equal. So who has the best understanding of Islam? The Sahaba. That means no one that comes after can possibly understand Islam better than them. So look at any Aqidah matter that the Muslims differ on today, and I promise you, if you were to refer to the Sahaba, you will have absolutely no issues. 99.99% of the controversial matters are not controversial at all. But because we've inherited blind following and desires and whims and cultural Islam, generation after generation, until today, people are simply confused because of the multiplicity of options. Otherwise, if you refer back to the Sahaba, case closed. Someone tells you, where's Allah? There's an answer from the Sahaba, and there's an answer from an Ash'ari, anyone who follows the Ash'ari Aqidah or Maturidi Aqidah. Which answer, how do you know which answer is sound? Who do you take ilm from? Is it if you have a Sahabi statement and some random Joe statement, who are you going to take? Sahaba. Zainab bint Jahash radiallahu anha, hadith is in Bukhari. You know that she's the one who was married to Zayd. Zayd, you know Zayd ibn Harith, the only Sahabi mentioned by name in the Quran. It's amazing. The only Sahabi mentioned by name is Zayd in Surah Al-Ahzab. He was married to Zaynab, and he was the adopted son of the Prophet ﷺ until the abrogation of adopting children was revealed, and Islam prohibited that you adopt someone and you give them your name. If you want to look after someone, some orphan, Jazakallah khair. He can live with you and you can take care of him and spend on him, but he can never become your son. Therefore, your daughter is his sibling. No, he's a stranger. He can marry your daughter. You understand? Whereas among the non-Muslims, they adopt someone and they give him their last name and he becomes one of the family. And he inherits money and he spends time with the girl, which is not a sister. She is not a sister. And that's another discussion. So when the ayah was revealed and Allah gave instructions to the Prophet ﷺ that he should marry Zainab after Zayd had divorced her, that divine instruction came from Allah. Again? Okay, good. So she used to say to the other wives of the Prophet ﷺ, teasing them, all of you were given in marriage to the Prophet by your parents. I was given in marriage to the Prophet by Allah from above the 7 heavens. من فوق 7 سماوات. What? You good? So you have the wife of Allah's Messenger, al-Mu'mineen. She's from al-Mu'mineen. She's our mother. From the finest of women to walk the face of the earth, telling you Allah gave me in marriage from above the 7 heavens. You bring an Ash'ari today, tell him Allah is above the 7 heavens, he says, A'udhu Billah. What are you saying? How can you limit Allah to a place? How can you limit Allah to time? How can you restrict Allah to a direction? Then you have a whole lesson of philosophy. Then as if you're hearing Aristotle, and who's the other funky guy? Who's the other philosopher other than Aristotle? Huh? Plato. Hey, they used to Plato together. Then they stopped. Then they bring some gibberish, some next level stupidity that no Sahabi thought of, or no Sahabi spoke, or no one from the early generations ever uttered with their tongue. These were people that believed face value. They accepted the Quran and the Sunnah face value. No one negotiated. When the Prophet ﷺ said, يَنْزِلُ رَبُّنَا تَبَارَكَ وَتَعَالَى, our Lord, exalted may He be, descends to the lowest heaven when the last third of the night remains. And He asks, who is seeking forgiveness so I may forgive him? Who is seeking my mercy so I can have mercy on him? Who is asking me something so I can give him? No Sahabi said, "O Messenger of Allah, does he leave the throne and become in the heaven? Does he move around like a body when we're on this side of the world? What about the people that are on the other side of the world? Then what about when it's the third of the night changes per country?" All this is called what? Philosophy. And you're not supposed to interject your philosophy into revelation. You understand? Because when you think along these lines, now you are falling into the very thing you're claiming to protect Allah from. Their whole paradigm is, I don't want to liken Allah to His creation. But had you not likened Allah to His creation in the first place, you wouldn't be thinking like this. If you believe like we believe, لَيْسَ كَمِثْلِهِ شَيْءٍ, there's nothing like Allah. So whatever applies to you and me doesn't apply to Allah. Case closed. If you're on the roof and you go down to the first floor, you cannot be on the roof and on the first floor. Tamam? You're a body. In this sense, you're a human being with limitations. Allah is none of those. Allah doesn't have those limitations. So how are you applying our limitations on Allah, and then in an effort to supposedly save Allah from these attributes, you wind up denying what the Quran clearly tells you and what the Sunnah clearly tells you. All while the most knowledgeable of Allah was Allah's Messenger, and the most knowledgeable and most keen on learning Islam were the Sahaba. And they never had this conversation with each other. meaning no one could have answered them better than the Prophet ﷺ. And they were definitely keen on learning everything they could learn. Yet, none of them ever asked any of the questions that these philosophers ask today in the name of Aqidah. They believed. The Prophet ﷺ, when he travels, does anyone have the dua safar memorized? It's a long dua. No one has dua. When you guys travel, you don't make dua? You just say, yeah. Nobody, at least dua. You might not be making dua the entire flight or the entire trip, but at least dua as-safar upon boarding, ya Sheikh, fi sabilillah. Marra. At least from Saudi Airlines, because they recited out loud for you. Maybe you can repeat after them.
سبحان الذي سخر لنا زادوا.
أيوة وما كنا له مقرنين وإنا إلى ربنا لمنقلبون. اللهم إنا نسألك في سفرنا هذا البر والتقوى ومن عمل ما ترضى. Until he says, اللهم أنت الصاحب في السفر والخليفة في الأهل. تعال افهم. Oh Allah, you are the companion during travel and the one looking after my family when I'm gone. Now, to show you how we understand there's nothing like Allah. Can any one of your friends travel with you on a trip and look after your family at the same time? No. So those things that apply to you do not apply to Allah. Because the Prophet ﷺ said, you are the companion during travel and you're the one looking after the family in my absence. But how many people recite the Fatiha at the same time? When we pray in Salah, how many people say Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alameen? Do we have a hadith that says that anytime the abd, the slave, says Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alameen, Allah replies to you and says Hamidani Abdi? So how many people are reciting the Fatiha simultaneously? Are you going to be a funny guy saying, logically, you cannot answer everybody at the same time? Ya Majnoon. And then you're speaking about Allah. If you're speaking about another human and 10 people spoke at the same time, like, wait guys, I cannot hear you. Then you stop, you speak, I only have 2 ears and I can't comprehend everything at the same time. Yeah, as a human being, you're absolutely limited. Allah Azza wa Jal is the creator. So you never understand Allah in the light of our limited attributes. Allah hears everything, everywhere at the same time. Walls, layers, soundproof rooms. Does that change anything? Can you make a soundproof room that Allah does not hear what's inside? Allah, as the scholars say, hears the sound of the footsteps of the ant on a black stone in a black night where no one can see it, and sees everything simultaneously. So we believe there's nothing like Allah. There's nothing like Allah. And He's the all-hearing, all-seeing. He's the all-seeing, all-hearing. Sami' al-Basir, all-hearing, all-seeing. We affirm as the Sahaba affirmed. And we stop where they stopped. And we ask what they asked. The Prophet ﷺ asked a young slave girl, Ayn Allah? Where's Allah? And the hadith is Sahih Muslim. She said, Fi sama. Allah is above. قال من أنا? قالت أنت رسول الله. قال أعتقها فإنها مؤمنة. Emancipate her. She's a believer. So when you ask someone today, where's Allah? They say, أخي اتق الله. إشبك. How dare you ask where Allah is? Yeah, but the messenger of Allah asked this question. Ya Baba, إيش فيه? I can't ask the question that the messenger of Allah asked because your sheikh told you that the aqidah of Imam al-Ash'ari is the aqidah of Ahl-Sunnah wal-Jama'ah. And what are the Ash'ari and the Maturidiyya and the Jahmiyyah? Those are people that deny most of the names and attributes of Allah because their brains could not comprehend it. They made their brain the judge. If it doesn't enter the mind, it cannot be correct. Then what if your mind is deficient? What about different minds think differently? What about all of these variables among humans? So the Aqidah matter is complicated. I will, however, refer you to my website or my channel, One Way to Paradise. And on the channel One Way to Paradise, there is a playlist called Al-Aqidah Al-Wasitiyah, or Aqidah. We covered the entire book of the treatise of Shaykh al-Islam ibn Taymiyyah rahimahullah, with the Sharh of Shaykh Muhammad bin Salih bin Uthaymeen. I highly recommend, it's all English obviously, I read the Arabic and English, I highly recommend you go through that playlist, because it will give you all of the fundamental principles that Ahlul Sunnah wal Jama'ah built their belief on in connection with the Sahaba and the A'immah and those who came before us, as opposed to what you may learn today from some random person. Tamam? But one of the things that you need to have as a da'i, and we all have our own personal shortcomings, may Allah forgive me, but one of the things that will definitely make it effective in giving da'wah is being outspoken, outgoing, and having an extrovert personality. Now, I know some of you are naturally introverts. You guys know the difference between extrovert and introvert? Not everybody? The word says it all. Ex, like external, in, internal. One person likes to talk to people. Another person is more into himself, closed in, prefers less socialization, less communication, less interaction. They're kind of in their own bubble. Now, I appreciate that. I respect that. It could be because of the way you were raised, because of the environment. There could be some valid reasons psychologically why you are this way. That's not the point of discussion. However, if you want to be a successful da'i, you need to get out of that zone. Because being able to give da'wah and having this personality will often clash. And every time you want to give da'wah, and when I'm speaking about da'wah, I'm not talking about giving a talk. This right here, anyone can do, even an introvert. Even an introvert. He will have a high level of discomfort, right? Very uncomfortable, very stressed out, very anxious the whole time. But if you prepare, and I hope you don't use ChatGPT, but if you prepare, or if you use it, because that seems to be the discussion, if you use it, you have to put in your touch. You cannot be just getting something and then just throwing it at the people, right? Anyone can prepare for that lecture and they can give the talk. I'm talking about street da'wah. I'm talking about day-to-day da'wah. I'm talking about the da'wah of the people beyond a lecture. Lecture has its own limitations. Why? A lot of people don't like to be put on the spot. So if let's say tomorrow's lecture, inshallah, or the day after, you're going to invite some non-Muslims. Tamam? Generally speaking, very few are comfortable unless they themselves are extroverts. They will not be comfortable to be confronted. The extroverts will ask a bold question. Say, this doesn't make sense, or I don't understand this, and they will be confrontational. The introverts, even though they may be convinced, because it's a large number of people, it's a public gathering, they will keep to themselves and walk away and you don't even know what happened. Private da'wah, one-on-one da'wah, personal da'wah is much easier. Why? If you've built a connection and a relationship with this person, they will open up to you. And that requires that you can develop a sense of humor, even if it's dark. Not everybody's humor is the same, but humor is a major key in breaking barriers between people, so that you have a platform of communication. So within your campus, I notice that not all of you they have that proactiveness or that outgoing personality that allows them to build connection points with random people. But we've said many years in the past, from this same location, different hall, but from the same university, every year when the Discover Islam Week comes around, one of the struggles is bringing people to the lecture, hoping and praying that a flyer with a very catchy name will do the job. So you depend on the flyer big time. The title could be, God 1, 2, or 3, or yes or no, anything that will make the people curious. But in reality, In reality, you should be building up for this event the entire year by networking. Each one of you builds a proper communication with classmates, with roommates if you have them, with colleagues, with athletes. You play sports with certain people on regular basis. Then, you start creating a type of relationship where one day, and that requires that you sacrifice sometimes. You may give him a sandwich, give him a gift, you have to be nice. So that when there is a lecture, you can say, hey, tomorrow we have a lecture, it will make me very happy if you came. What are the chances of that person coming? Very high. So, because now I'm not going to call it friendship, it might reach a friendship, but there's at least a level of comfortability and acquaintance versus you know nothing about this person, just walking down the hall. Hey, please come join us. Oh, thank you. Goes to the bathroom for 2 hours. Uses his phone. Doesn't even need the bathroom. But he doesn't want to be bothered. He doesn't want to, he's worried another Muslim is going to see him and say, hey, come on in. Some people don't want to get harassed. So they will avoid, the da'wah table, they will avoid the da'wah booth. They don't want to talk. And some people, again, there's so many personalities. The bottom line, there should be an effort, an ongoing effort to create those bonds. Those are tested, my brothers and sisters. I'm not just talking theoretically. Wallah, if I was speaking theoretically, you say, oh, mashallah, nice story, difficult to implement. La. All of these have been done, tested and tried, and proven successful. Do you know that the first DIW we had here, the first time I came was in 2012, when you guys were still in kindergarten. Or it feels like it, right? 10 years ago is a long time ago. More than 10 years, 11 years, subhanAllah. I was at the airport. This story you might not have heard before. I was at the airport. And when I'm at the airport, I'm always in this mind state, right? State of mind. I'm always I feel like I'm a hunter. And I'm looking for my prey. Not to kill them, but to give them da'wah. So I saw a bunch of Europeans sitting there at the airport playing cards. So I positioned myself remotely close. And back then I used to eat a lot of McVitie's. The chocolate McVitie's. Nobody knows McVitie's? You don't have it in Malaysia? Okay, that's sad. Anyways, it's a type of cookie. I don't recommend it now. Because it's so yummy, you will get fat. And then you will blame me. So I quit McVitie's. It's one of my addictions. It's a nice cookie with a chocolate layer of chocolate. You can get either dark chocolate or regular chocolate. And there's a version of it called Hug Knobs with, anyways, I'm getting emotional. So anyways, I pulled out this McVitie's, and in an act of generosity, which is not my style, I have to fight myself, basically, right? Because I lived such a poor life at some point in America when I was there, when I was crazy, that I become very keen on spending afterwards. This is something you learn when you go through rough times. Then now that if you have money, you're very particular about not overspending the money. Whereas people that are spoiled their whole lives, they don't even calculate anything. So, oh, I like it, oh, let me buy it. And then they're always broke, and then they're always on the edge, and they always, as soon as they make money, they spend it all, and within 3 weeks or 2 weeks from the month, they're already waiting for the end of the month to get paid again. You know how it is. And when you grow up, you learn that that's not how to live life. That is not how you live life. You hold back and you spend what necessary, and you invest into something so that your money is not just getting squandered. And so I'm trying to keep those McVitie's as long as possible. Those are like 6 or 7 people. But this is da'wah. So there has to be some sacrifice fi sabilillah, even if it's just McVitie's. Some, the Sahaba were sacrificing their lives. I'm sitting here debating my McVitie's. See how pathetic we are? That's what I'm telling you. We're like so far behind, and we think we're great. So anyways, I said, would you guys like some? Of course, the first point of interest was that I spoke English. And so for whatever reason, some people, when they see a person from a particular background, they automatically label him, or what is the term? Categorize him. There's a third term that is more specific. Profile him. Yeah. So I spoke English. I guess they were curious. And they're like, oh, so nice of you. So now when you give someone a cookie, generally they feel the urge to ask you questions to be nice. So where are you guys? They said, where are you going? Oh, I said, I'm going to Malaysia. It was my first time. To do what? I give lectures. Lectures? I was young back then. So they're like, lectures, what? You're a professor? I said, no, like religious lectures. They're like, really? I said, yeah. They said, we're going to Malaysia. I said, really? They said, yeah. I said, would you guys like to come? They said, we will try. We will try. They were going to a number of countries. Malaysia was one of them. And believe it or not, we exchanged numbers. And the first lecture we gave, just before the lecture, they called, they said, we're outside. And they came, attended the lecture. I never know what happened to them afterwards, just so we can be clear. But who knows? Who knows if 10 years later, or today, or 10 years from now, one of them becomes a Muslim? Do you know? No one knows. At least they came, the brothers treated them nicely. I said, these are people I met at the airport. They're like, really? What the heck's going on here? I said, yeah, we met at the airport, McVitie's, this and that. Yeah, they were treated like, royally. Gave them nice seats, they came, attended the lecture. Absolutely beautiful. It's a story from imagination, but it's not, it's real. It happened right here. With this state of mind, with this miskeen. I'm sure you can do better than this. But a lot of times the shaitan tells you, nah, you don't gotta do all this. No, you don't want to be, annoying or irritate the people or shove Islam down their throat. Let people be, mind your business and look, no. This is all from the shaitan. He doesn't want khair for you. He doesn't want you to give da'wah. The shaitan does not want anyone to give da'wah. He's happy with his followers going to Jahannam together. So when you give da'wah to one of his followers, you try to pick them out of his group, you're actually confronting him on a very high level. So he will find a million ways, and he's skilled, to distract you and divert you from giving da'wah to people. By any means necessary. Oh, you're too shy. Oh, you don't know Islam enough. You haven't learned enough. Once you learn when? Before you die? Oh, this campus is not ideal for giving da'wah. Reason number 4, reason number 5, reason number 6, reason number 7, and then accordingly some people come, spend their entire education here. Never once did they invite anyone to Islam. Except smiling all the time. Brother, smiling is da'wah. Yes, Habibi. وبعدين, some freaks also smile all the time. Hey, how are you? That's not da'wah. Okay, that's an element of da'wah. At some point, you have to be confrontational. Listen, what do you know about Islam? Don't you hear us calling the adhan every day? You hear the prayer? Maybe we wake you up from sleep. I'm sorry. Think about that. The people that live around who are not Muslims, every day they're woken up with the adhan and the salah. And they might wonder, what the heck are these Muslims doing? Don't you think those people deserve that someone talks to them and says, this is part of the religion, and there's wisdom behind it, this and that, and you try to, the least you can do, they can appreciate some effort. Oh, okay, thank you so much. Next time around, when they hear it and they're annoyed by it, what are they going to remember also? You. Wallah, nice guy. And they're not going to say, Wallah. Nice guy. He cared. He was interested. He reached out. These are all basics, and basic qualities that you need to have as a da'i. And you need to have them on active mode, 24/7, non-stop. At any given occasion, you should be ready to say, I am a representative of Islam. وَمَنْ أَحْسَنُ قَوْلًا مِمَّنْ دَعَا إِلَى اللَّهِ وَعَمِلَ صَالِحًا وَقَالَ إِنَّنِي مِنَ الْمُسْلِمِينَ. إِنَّنِي وَإِنِّي. Just making sure. Who is better in speech than one who calls to Allah and does righteous deeds and says, I am from the Muslims? No one. That is the best speech you will ever give in your life. Now, how are you supposed to be as a da'i? Harsh or gentle? And if harsh, are you supposed to be harsh all the time? And if you're gentle, are you supposed to be gentle all the time? Which one is it? Sisters. You guys fell asleep? You're no sisters want to answer? Yalla.
Gentle?
Yeah, we hear you, inshallah.
Gentle?
Gentle? So gentle all the time?
No. But most of the time.
Most of the time. So the general condition is gentleness, but there's time for, do we call it harshness or firmness? I would rather say firm. Because you have to be firm sometimes. What is the evidence that you can be firm sometimes? Because a lot of people, in an effort to beautify the Prophet ﷺ, even though he's not in need of anyone exaggerating anything, because if you say just facts, then everything about it was perfect on a human standard, alayhi salatu wasalam. But some people go out of their way to make it seem as though he was very passive and nonchalant, and because of kindness and gentleness that he never ever took care of business when necessary. And that is a lie against the Prophet ﷺ. Because we have way too many examples from the seerah that prove that there were many times the Prophet ﷺ would stand his ground and he would be firm, and that would negate the gentleness that that the people try to attribute to him all the time. So who can think of a few incidents? Or at least one for now. That would contradict the picture that is drawn to you by other people about how gentle he was, alayhi salatu all the time.
I don't exactly remember the issue, but Mu'adh bin Jabal didn't do something crazy. So instead of just advising, he was in it. So,
An incident with Mu'adh bin Jabal. Mu'adh bin Jabal. I'm not familiar with which one you're talking about. أفتان أنت يا معاذ, when he led the people in Salah and he took long, and some people walked away. MashaAllah, tamam. He led the Salah and he was taking long in the Salah, so much so that some people just walked out in the Salah because they have other duties to look after. The Salah, the Imam has to be accommodating of the old person and the person who is rushing. Obviously, you're not going to rush to the Salah, but also you cannot ignore the needs of the people. Rasulullah became angry. He said, are you causing fitna on Mu'adh? In another hadith he told him, Wallahi inni la uhibbuka ya Mu'adh. By Allah, I love you, O Mu'adh. Do not miss out on in the end of every salah that you say, Allahumma a'inni ala dhikrika wa shukrika wa husni ibadatik. Oh Allah, aid me in remembering you and thanking you and worshiping you properly. So you see the two faces. What about the hadith of the man who was wearing a golden ring? A man was wearing a golden ring. And the Prophet ﷺ saw it in his hand. He said, does one of you proceed to put a ring from a fire around his hand? And he yanked it out of his hand and threw it on the ground. He took the ring out of the man's hand and threw it on the ground. Now, there's a lot of context. And usually, you're able to do this as a person giving da'wah or as a person doing amr bil ma'ruf wa nahy anil munkar, enjoining what is good, forbidding what is evil. Once you've established that if you do this, no greater fitna will happen. Right? Meaning you and I cannot do the same thing. Like right now, you see a Muslim, one of the Muslim brothers who's wearing an earring. Okay? Are you going to now apply the hadith? You see a Muslim, come here, take it out of his ear, rip his ear off and throw it on the ground. Wallah, you're going to get a beating that will you remember for the rest of your life. And you say, oh, okay, I'm applying the hadith. Ya Habibi, طول بالك, Allah yarda alayk. Now you're misapplying the hadith. The Prophet ﷺ knows who he's dealing with. And he knows who were believers and who were hypocrites. And he knows the kind of reaction. This man was so submissive. The character of the Sahabi was so submissive that when the Prophet ﷺ threw the ring on the ground, you know what the Sahaba said? He said, pick it up. Pick it up. It's gold. Sell it and make its value. You sell it. You sell the ring. You don't have to wear it anymore. You melt it and sell it as a piece of gold. If you're not going to sell it to another brother so he doesn't wear it. And make its money. Make money from it. He said, I would never pick up something the Prophet ﷺ threw on the ground. Forget about this ring basically. Gold or platinum. So, in certain occasions, if, for example, let's say I have a close brother, someone that I've known for many years, we have a good connection, and we're established already. One day, I travel, I come back, I see that he's smoking a cigarette. I will take the cigarette right out of his mouth and throw it on the ground and crush it. And grab his back and crush it in my hand. I will. Why? I know that this person knows that I'm doing this out of love for him. I've already built enough bridges that he will, obviously he's not going to be happy, but he will not do something dumb. But can you do this to a random person? Doesn't work. So all of these things require some emotional intelligence and you knowing how to deal with the situation and how to assess the situation and what to do and what not to do. Right. One of the important qualities, how are we doing time-wise? 15 more minutes? Inshallah. The last point before we deal with we'll do the first, or should we do the interactive session after Salah? Huh? But so one of the important traits of the caller to Islam is knowing when to say what? I don't know. I don't know. A lot of people think that now that they've studied Islam or they know something of Islam, they are obliged to reply to every question and every concern and every misconception that the people have. No, amigo. Not true. The best thing you can say when you don't know is, I don't know. But how do you not know? I thought this, I thought that. It's unfortunate that that's what you thought. It's a sad reality of the world. But I don't know. You don't want to fall into the trap of a prohibition that comes in the Quran after Allah mentioned what are the things that are made haram upon us. And the last one in the ayah says, وَأَن تَقُولُوا عَلَى اللَّهِ مَا لَا تَعْلَمُونَ. And among the haram things Allah made upon us is that you should say about Allah that which you have no knowledge of. See, these microphones take turns. So what are they? Two friends? And he said, look, when I get tired, I'm going to die, and then you will take me. This microphone which you got from 7-Eleven. Buy 2, get 6 free. How many mics do you have? Look, yes, I really buy 2, get 6 free. Only one works for 15 minutes. Jazakallah khair. You're the sound master. Make sure your camel doesn't run. Now, where was I? See how you guys are not paying attention? No one knows what I was saying. Yeah, Sheikh. Gawi. So that you should speak about Allah without knowledge. You're not allowed to answer things based on speculation. Wallahi, I think the most common answer you hear from a Muslim, I think. What do you mean you think, Habibi? What was the religion? What you think? Can you imagine this as an answer? I think this, I think that. Now, if you're a mufti, and the mufti says, I think, then in the case of the mufti, meaning this is his ijtihad. Okay? He might use such terminology after he reaches the level of ijtihad. Ijtihad is someone who's able to analyze the texts and be able to extract the ruling from the textual evidence because he is at that level. But I'm talking about the average one of us. What you think is beautiful if you keep it to yourself. Once you make it public, it's a disaster. And a lot of people, and again, I'm not referring to lectures. Just remember, 80% of what I'm saying refers to your daily life da'wah, not you addressing a crowd. This is a different setup, different situation, different ball game, maybe different qualification altogether. I'm saying in your daily interaction with non-Muslims or with non-practicing Muslims, be very careful of saying, I think, when you don't know. You will be held accountable by Allah for that statement. You will not be held accountable by Allah if you say, I don't know, when you genuinely don't know. If you know, and you say, I don't know, then that's another issue, which is, katmul ilm, concealing knowledge, not sharing knowledge with the people when you actually have it, when you know for sure. So it is very important to know your role and stay in your lane. And because of that, everybody who gives da'wah should have a particular approach that they're comfortable with, and they should work on enhancing it. Don't try to be jack of all trades. It's not easy. It's not for everybody. When you try to cover so many different things, maybe your time doesn't allow. If you know that you're blessed with a particular skill, a talent, a certain ability, or you have a certain approach that is agreeable to the people, then work on building on that and perfecting it and making it better than its original condition. Because Islam encourages ihsan. وَأَحْسِنُوا إِنَّ اللَّهَ يُحِبُّ الْمُحْسِنِينَ. And be excellent, Allah loves those who excel. Allah loves those who excel. And the Prophet ﷺ said that Allah had written ihsan in everything, even in the animal that you slaughter. So you should always reach, or you should aim for perfection, even though perfection is unattainable. Perfection is unattainable, but you should reach, or you should aim for perfection. And that, my brothers and sisters, apply in your practical life and your religious life. It applies in your practical life and in your religious life. And from hanging out with people, you can sense when the scale is not set on the balance, when there's a discrepancy of some sort. So these are life skills that you need to work on if you have a certain ability. And in general, you have to aim for perfection in everything to the best of your ability. It's an ongoing process until you die. It doesn't end. But don't settle for less. عن مسروق قال دخلنا على عبد الله بن مسعود رضي الله عنه فقال يا أيها الناس من علم شيئا فليقل به ومن لم يعلم فليقل الله أعلم فإن من العلم أن يقول لما لا يعلم الله أعلم. قال الله تعالى لنبيه صلى الله عليه وسلم قل ما أسألكم عليه من أجر وما أنا من المتكلفين. So Masruq reported, he said, we visited Abdullah ibn Mas'ud. Everybody knows Abdullah ibn Mas'ud. What was one of his physical features? What was a very unique physical feature of Ibn Mas'ud? If only you guys listen to lectures as much as you listen to music. of you who listen to music. Some of you don't listen to music, but I have a hunch, or at least I've heard from some, that they're still tested with this fitna of listening to music. If you spend that time listening to lectures, you will be a lot more knowledgeable. I'm just saying. I'm not saying that everyone who didn't answer right now listens to music and doesn't listen to lectures. I'm just saying, trying to encourage you. Or if you are dealing with that, overcome it already. It's a waste of time and it'll drive you crazy. Music will drive you crazy. Most people that listen to music are crazy. They're driven by music, and their emotions are driven by music. And when calamity strikes, and when there's a problem, they have to listen to their favorite song in order to cope with life problems. So the Quran is not available. The Quran is not in the equation. Because the Quran is going to make them deal with the things that they try to run away from. Music helps them run away. Islam and Quran helps you face your problems. Tackle them head on, overcome them, fix them. Whereas music helps you escape. And when you escape, where are you going to escape? You're going to escape from Allah. You're going to escape from the qadr of Allah. You're going to escape from the ramifications of the decree of Allah. No. Eventually, you have to go back to Allah. فَفِرُّوا إِلَى اللَّهِ. You run away from Allah to Allah. The Prophet ﷺ used to say, أَعُوذُ بِكَ مِنْكَ. I seek refuge with Allah. I seek refuge with you from you. You seek refuge with Allah from Allah. You seek refuge with Allah's mercy from Allah's anger. So, what is the physical feature based on an authentic hadith regarding Ibn Mas'ud? You don't know either? You're going to surprise me. Y'all don't know the hadith when...
هو كان حيل ساقين؟
Hey, mashallah alayh. He had very skinny legs. He had very skinny, thin legs. How do we know? One time, he had gone up a tree to pick up some siwak, the toothbrush, the Islamic toothbrush, that's what we call it. It's a branch of tree that you use to clean your teeth. And the wind, you know, they used to wear the izar. Izar is like the, what are you, lugi, what is it called in your different, huh? Well, lugi is something else, right? And what, you know, the skirt-like garment. So the wind blew, and his legs, his skinny, thin legs, became visible to the Sahaba. Naturally, like all of us may, they laughed. You know, they laughed because sometimes things catch you by surprise. The Prophet ﷺ, however, in defense of Ibn Mas'ud, he said, are you laughing and joking and mocking his thin legs? He said, by Allah, they are heavier than the mountain of Uhud on the scale on the Day of Judgment. They are heavier than the mountain of Uhud. Has anyone of you seen Mountain Uhud? It's a big mountain. Those were the legs, the thin legs of Ibn Mas'ud. So Ibn Mas'ud, when Masruq entered upon him, he said to us, O people, he who knows about something, let him say it. And he who does not know should say, Allah knows best. It is part and parcel of knowledge that a man who does not know something should say, Allah knows best. Allah said to his Prophet, say, I do not ask you for any payment, and I am not of the pretentious. Takalluf is when you go out of your way to cater for something that you are not capable of catering for in the first place. Is when you are extreme in this regard. So, you should always be comfortable with acknowledging that you don't know, but out of courtesy for the questioners, you should try to give them an answer. You should try to get them an answer, وَلَوْ بَعْدَ حِينٍ, even after some time. So if someone asks you something you don't know, say, I don't know, but let me get the answer for you. And then you ask someone that is knowledgeable. You don't use ChatGPT again, because that answer may or may not be sound. Someone, by the way, asked about me. Somebody sent me a screenshot. They said, who is, or something about Abu Mussab Wajdi Akkari. He said, he's a Sufi master. I'm like, what? What did are you kidding me? I've never been a Sufi master. So I don't know where it picks up this AI. That's why it's artificial intelligence, by the way. Huh? It's not real, orthodox, God-given intelligence. It's artificial intelligence. It's going to have its programming bugs. Like anything else in the world is going to have a bug. And you just need to be careful. Don't submit your final paper using that feature. You might fail. It might fail you. I know some of y'all are tripping, man. It's not even correct to do this, by the way. But that's a whole other discussion. I don't want to burn you out right now. طيب, inshallah, we will break right now for Salatul Maghrib, I believe. We're going to pray in the masjid, come back. We'll resume at 8 o'clock, inshallah ta'ala, for the second session of the final day of the workshop. So, Jazakumullah khairan. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
MashaAllah, tabarakallah. The Samsung device records for a whole hour and 20 minutes non-stop with the front-facing camera. Can the iPhone do that? I think the iPhone after 10 minutes it starts heating up and warming up and freaking out and panicking and it dies. Can we lock this hall? No? Okay, sorry.
what? Wrong angle. Come All right, as promised, Alhamdulillah, sallallahu alaihi wasallam ala nabiyyina Muhammad, as promised, we are supposed to have our fun, interactive session. Yeah, but this time, are we doing it the same? Yeah, we're doing it the same. This is good. Even though today I have a higher expectation from the ladies than yesterday. So, we're going to have you as a group, especially now that you chowed some chips. No, you're gonna have to jump on here. You have 4. Yeah, you're gonna sit in the front, akhi, with those young gentlemen over here. So you guys are 5. You guys are 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then the sisters are Allahu A'lam how many, but they are a group of their own. So the objective of this exercise is to see how you handle stressful situations. So the questioners, which would be the front squad, you will ask, or you will act very rude and angry. And if you want, I can do it on your behalf, because that's how I feel today. You will act very rude and angry, and then the questioners, the answerers, must maintain their composure in spite of this dynamic situation. The judges will give points according to how well the answerers handled the situation. Now, one of the issues we have is that everybody knows that it's an act. So no matter what someone says, you're going to be like, dude, you're just acting, so I don't care. But for the sake of the exercise, try to make it what they call a simulation to real life. Okay? Like, try to act like you would really act in real life. Like, for example, me, I'm very transparent, very honest. When I play sports, I disconnect from my usual self. I become more competitive, more aggressive. If you hurt me, you might hear some things that otherwise you would never hear from me. Okay? So this is a challenge I have with myself. This is something I've been working on since forever. And I have a feeling it's going to be one of those things that I'll take with me to the grave, inshallah. Being able to compose myself when engaged in activity and sports, just because of my nature. So Islam curbs those behaviors. It disciplines you, but there always remains to be an element of you that is just you. You know, because we're human beings, we're fallible, we're not perfect. Just like so many incidents that happened with the Sahaba and the people after, where things went out of hand. Things were out of hand, rightfully so. So based on our reality and personality, try to make it as real as possible. So tafaddalu. I think you need to take a break from the chips, since the exercise is more important, ya Hajj. Don't give it the chips to him, it's not going to fix it. I'll take the chips, you guys do the exercise. طيب, so yeah, you guys discuss what is it that you're going to do that's going to get on these guys' cases. Well, you're the questioners or the answerers? You're the questioners there. The judges are just chilling with nothing to do.
You just answer, bro.
They're having fun already. Look, I'll give you a tip. Try to make it similar to a real life situation that could actually happen with someone else. You know, like for example, you're the Dawah booth. Let's say someone else booked it, and you mistakenly placed our table where someone else had their music table. And these people came all, hey, you know what's going on? It's Islamic society. I mean, you guys are crazy. Every time you do this, something like this, and how would you deal with it as a Muslim when now the attack is actually coming from an entity that otherwise you want to give da'wah? You know what I'm saying? I try to make it something like that, something that could happen on campus. Not you guys fighting at home with your siblings.
You're out of it?
He became a cameraman.
Hey, whatever he needs to, he becomes a cameraman. Whatever he does. When I ask the sisters, he raises his hand. When there's an activity, he's a cameraman. Yes, yeah.
Are you guys resolving the Palestinian cause? خلصونا يا شيخ. It's a 10-second, 20-second discussion. ايش هذا؟
You have to ask. You have to ask. It's not a question. It'll be aggressive.
It doesn't have to be, no, it's a situation. The idea of this is how to keep your composure when in a stressful situation. For example, today, I lost my composure. Tamam? I got shot, I reacted in a way that if I can go back in time, I wouldn't react the same way. So here, I failed. In my assessment, self-assessment, I failed in my reaction. Something of this nature, where you're really on the edge, you really want to snap, but you don't snap. The dream team.
Well, what can I say? What can I say? How to...
What's your...
I'm sorry. Why did this become so sensitive? يلا يا شباب. Hello.
You're not the real man.
Call security. Well, we'll get you escorted out. يلا يا جماعة, it's a small exercise, not a debate. مايك تفضل, مايكين, خذ حبيبي. يلا.
So this is basically like a situation that actually happened in the past.
Oh, mashallah, beautiful.
So imagining that you're from Islamic Society and you've been organizing a charity tournament, and we are from the say an entity that controls and needs that you guys basically have to get approval from us in order to conduct a tournament and whatnot. So we supply you with medical officers who will be responsible for any injuries that were to happen during the tournament, and you definitely will have to pay in order to get these officers. So we supply you with outdated medications and and supplies that are not and lazy workers
And hope you die.
and hope you die.
Yeah. Okay. Wow. This is based on a true story?
Yes, based on a true story.
Alfred Hitchcock? Never mind.
Bro, it's supposed to be active.
I'm still living in Rome. I'm old, that's why.
Tell me like this, you have to act.
Okay.
Go on stage.
Yalla.
What is the point of contention here?
How would you deal with it? The point of contention is they provided you with outdated medication, expired medication, which is either ineffective or harmful, and the staff, which is supposed to provide you with service, were underperforming, and you're hiring those people you're forced to have them, and you have to pay the money, and you're not getting the value of your payment. So how would you address this issue? It's beautiful, absolutely beautiful.
But where's the medication? Where's the basic work?
So where's the medication? Why you want to take the medication, يعني? You want to try to make sure that it's expired? Maybe you'll get high? ايش بك يا شيخ؟ ايش دخلك what the medication is? This is an incident that happened with these guys in the past. If you were the representative of the Islamic society, how would you deal with this issue? Do you barge into the person that shows, or you beat them up, or you go in and have a discussion with them? How do you go about it? It makes perfect sense.
We're gonna act it out, right?
But you're the question, are you going to act it out as well? Yeah, go ahead, yeah, sure. اطلع يلا اطلع على المسرح اطلع على المسرح الا برافو يلا we're gonna play you guys gonna swing
They won't be active. You're just a person who just gave them all. What is the representative?
guys, you are required to be more proactive and more efficient. You guys waste too much time in negotiation and being shy. This is not a workshop for shy people. It's a workshop for coffee people.
So where's the
The officer, this is our name officer.
That's not the stage, by the way. Last I checked, this was the stage.
Say now it's your time to call who is in charge. And you're speaking to them, however it's not.
Okay. Hello.
this guy? I'm in charge.
Hello, my name is Rafat.
It's working? Yeah. Actually, we have received few medications.
You need to move, Captain. You need to move. And I would like to try some more. I don't think we received enough. I have family back home who are also interested in trying.
Okay. Yeah. It's. So actually, we have received few medications that was expired, and we can't give it to the players.
All right, that's your problem. You guys have to make sure that your players play safe.
So for you, it sounds like a me problem.
It is correct.
Oh, that's great. That's great. Thank you so much for announcing that. Okay, what about the lazy workers that you have sent?
Yeah, but I think our workers were quite efficient enough to.
There shouldn't be a but all the time. No, there should be a solution for it.
Okay, what's the solution to you propose?
No, is it me or you who provide the solution?
You are the one who said there should be a solution, so I believe that you are.
Look, until now I didn't lose my control yet, okay? So I'm smiling, I'm happy. So my people, they have taken, okay, expired medications, and look, this guy is already high and drunk on medication. And I have to deal with them now. I'm not even sure whether they have insurance or not.
That's your problem. I think you may have
Again,
to
me problem. It's a me problem again.
Yes.
Excellent. Okay. So where's your boss, the person in charge?
I'm the person in charge here.
Oh, you're in charge.
Yeah. You can talk to me whatever you want.
Yeah, I'm talking to you, but you're not giving.
I'm just giving you the idea that basically all our officers have been well equipped and well trained, and they're quite qualified in order to give their. So they came and they did their job. I think it's not up to your expectations. It's not our problem.
Meet me outside, brother.
I don't think you understood the exercise. I don't think you understood the exercise. That is not the objective of the activity. He was sitting outside. Thank you for your services.
Well, that was definitely funny. I think there's a misconception about what we're trying to do. The objective is that you handle the situation by keeping your composure. Offering him to beat him up outside is certainly not included in that. But it was great nevertheless. Now let's see if the judges have any. The judges had a great time. I can give you that. You guys have any comments? How would you advise Rifat to do better? How could he have done better? Because let's just by the way, there's a principle or there's a method that they use at work in the corporate world called the concept of being result oriented. There are certain people, when they go about their work and business, they are result oriented. What matters to them is the result. The means by which they arrive at those results are secondary. They care about them, but what the bottom line is, for example, company A hires an agency, company B, to carry out a marketing campaign for them. Company B misunderstands the direction given by company A or by the hiring company, and they mess up the project. The deadline or the launch of this event is the following day. They meet and come now the agency, which is supposed to deliver their show and the presentation of what they intend on doing tomorrow, and company A or the hiring company are surprised that their entire project is misaligned from the initial direction that they gave them. Tamam? So when you are result oriented, you cannot say, okay, you know what, you guys suck. You don't know how to do. You're fired. Why? How would that interfere with your result-oriented approach? I tell you, you will not be able to find another agency to get the job done in one day. No matter what, with this window of time, you don't have time to research, find another agency, brief them on the project, wait for them to deliver within one day. So in spite of your major disappointment with this agency, you know what you're supposed to do? Carry on with them. Let the repercussions and the punishment come after the event. When it's all said and done, and now it's time to pay them, then you can say, nope, we're not going to give you the full amount. Such amount will be deducted because of your failure in meeting our expectations and for following our directions. So when you're result-oriented, and also you don't ruin the relationship with them as of yet, because if you already snap on them, then they're not going to execute the project the way you want. And since already the project is not the way you want, you will settle for some compromise because they failed already, but at least your event went on, as opposed to canceling the event entirely. Tamam? So in the working world, and this is something we learned from your father, Tamam, who's our greatest teacher in this regard, being result-oriented, meaning, look, what does it take to get the job done? I just want to get the job done. Stop wasting my time and yours. I don't want all this back and forth and all this girgir, as they say, negotiation. I want the job done. Tell me what I need to do to get the job done. So now, your approach is definitely the farthest thing from result-oriented. You haven't learned from your father. I have. You telling him any of this is not going to solve the problem. You want to find a way where you're holding your ground, at the same time you have results. You have results. So this requires negotiation skills. This requires compromise. You guys know Sulh al-Hudaybiyah? Sulh al-Hudaybiyah, the Sahaba they became insane. the amount of elements that were in favor of the Qurayshis were mind-blowing for the Sahaba. Yet Allah Azza wa Jalla called it Fath. And they felt as though the Muslims were, given a disadvantage in the situation, but this was the divine decree of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, and that was what was best for the Muslims. And that meant when, they wrote Muhammad Rasulullah, what did the disbelievers of Quraysh say? Changed it. Say, Muhammad Abdullah, if we believed you're the messenger of Allah, we would have followed you. Scratch off and, wipe off the Rasulullah. And the Sahaba didn't want to do it. Rasulullah say, do it. He told them to do it in spite of that. So these are examples from Islam where you have to sometimes negotiate and settle for less than your objective and expectation, but at least you get something as opposed to get nothing. So that's how you should address the issue. So I'm giving the sisters a lot of hints, so I think we should shift the response to the ladies now. So now that you guys try to be the answerers, I think as opposed to being the judges, you're going to be the judges/answerers. How would you have negotiated better than our sheikh over here in resolving the issue with this difficult individual who wasn't budging at all? Yalla.
So it was correct of them to negotiate with the authority that was supposed to be responsible. And since they obviously did not take responsibility, the next action plan would be to be firm and let them know that a complaint could be made to a higher authority. And yeah.
Really? Knowing the system, since this is based on a true story, was that an option to complain to a higher authority and that higher authority would have done something? Okay. Let's say there wasn't a higher authority. Let's complicate it a little bit. Let's say there was no higher authority. Those were the people in charge. Those were the shot callers. Those were the decision makers. Then what?
Then it would be to bring it to take legal actions.
To what?
Take legal actions.
Such as? We have a real life situation, so tell me what you would have done.
File a complaint that they are not being responsible and it could lead to very harmful results.
These are, they say in Arabic, this is tahsil hasil. You know what tahsil hasil means?
No.
Meaning this is already a given. It goes without saying. We're not achieving anything. I want someone, anybody, at this point it's open to the floor. Anybody, how would you negotiate with this individual to get something out of him using sales skills? Because at the end of the day, this is all sales. The idea is how do you outsmart someone in their own game and get something out of them by using negotiation skills. This is business, by the way. Integrating our business with da'wah. There are many ways for you to go about it without all this complaining to this entity, complaining to Fulan, and complaining to Alan, who are not going to do anything for you in the first place. Or by the time they do something, you've already missed the train. You had expired medicine and lousy staff. So the complaint is going to be when? After. Worst case scenario or best case scenario, they tell you, okay, next time we will be good. Now that you complain, they're going to say, okay, we're not going to repeat this again. Sure, you achieve something for the future, but did you resolve the existing problem? No. You still have to deal with this disadvantage. So who has the negotiation? يلا يا شيخ اطلع انا على المسرح امسك الميكروفون وادينا من اللي عندك. I need someone who knows and come back. You come back. او اقول لك هات انت امسك المايك هناك. تعال يا بابا. اطلع هنا. يلا نشوف.
So you're saying you don't care and you don't mind expired medicines and those stuff, but actually I think you have the right to say you don't care, but we deserve a refund because that wasn't the deal we made.
in case you don't want a refund, I don't mind getting a refund if you get injured and use dosy stuff and the expired medicine on yourself.
Just repeat that, please.
So I think we deserve a refund because we're getting a dosy stuff and an expired medicine. And probably you won't want a refund. So actually, if you can use those expired medicine on yourself, I don't care about the refund, and we'll go on as if the incident didn't happen.
I really do not have to make use of those medicine for myself, but it was your fault that you approached us and you asked us for certain officers for this. It's not our event. Eventually, you are the one who made this event. So you shouldn't have. If you wanted to go for a better supplier, you could have gone for other, entities that are out there instead of coming to us. So you should have done your research before you have come to us.
At the moment, I'm not talking about the people you gave us. I'm talking about the expired medicine.
Yeah.
So you didn't say that the medicine were expired when we made our deal.
Yeah,
I would-
wait. Let's say, by the way, in real life, let's say in the contract, most people don't read the contract. Hello? They just sign. In the contract, it says that disclaimer, note, medicine might be expired. And you never read this part. And you signed it. البست يعني. البست. اخلع. But you guys still have to negotiate. You're not hitting the nail on the head. Now you're continuing his rant. تفضل سريع. الشيبس ده ما فاتش في حاجة. Anyone else?
Yeah, Jama'ah, wallah, I'm disappointed. You guys are not going to go into the business world at any point in time and get a job. And you know how many bosses are crazy, by the way? If you don't have the skill, you cannot even survive with your manager 1 day or 2 days. If your manager is one of those stuffed cookies, you will not survive. He's going to make you work like an animal, 18 hours a day. And you're going to be like, abshir, sam'an wa ta'a. No negotiation skills. Any one of the sisters wants to يتحفونا بجواب كده بnegotiation skills proper using a different technique. يعني we already learned that coming from the top is not going to work. Confrontation from the top, you're not going to win anything. So you have to take a detour. Find another way. طيب ايش تعمل لي كده انت من هناك من بعيد؟
I have an idea.
Tell me from there before you come to the stage and make a scene.
Yeah, I can ask him to help me just manage things during the event. Like if he can, for example, connect me with another supplier, you know.
Okay, that's progress.
I won't actually complain about the thing. I won't also include, for example, the police or something, because this is illegal act. So I can ask him kindly in a good way if he can connect me with another supplier who can supply me fast with.
He said,
I can.
Now the mic is on you.
Yeah, maybe perhaps I can, threaten him that I can destroy his reputation by, using social media to.
Brother, I'm here, not there.
You're evil برضه. الحمد شوي.
Social media, to destroy his brand image and then.
جزاك الله خيرا. أحسن الله إليك. ما شاء الله عليك. Destroy your social media, destroy your expired medicine and lousy stuff. And you want to destroy social media? إيش هذا؟ أنت شغل شياطين. You want to try? You just walked in. تفضل يا cameraman.
So I'll talk to him nicely. I'll say like.
No, don't tell me you talk to him nicely. He's right there.
Yeah, I'll tell him.
Don't tell him. Come tell him.
No. So I'll tell.
Oh, because of the camera? Convenience, mashallah.
I'll tell him. You look good today.
You look good today. You're gonna flirt with him, yani? Allah forbid, it's not like a sheikh. We will lay off with the first thing. Wallah, you've been going to the gym, mashallah, looking nice.
I'll tell him.
Hey, salamat, ya rajal.
I'll tell him, you're looking good as always.
As always? This is better than the first one, yani? I've always appreciated you.
I have a small complaint.
Oh, you're continuing? mashallah, طيب, ماشي. Obviously, another thing clicked. And nothing registered. Hey, go on. You have a small, hey, tfadhal.
Yeah, I have a small complaint. You know, I know you as a person, you know, who's reasonable.
Look at it. Yeah.
I know you're someone who's reasonable, you know, and can understand the situation. But in this particular case, you know, I don't think you've taken the right steps. So, you know, I feel like you've done me wrong. You know, in a normal situation, you wouldn't have, you know, done me, you know, wrong like this. But in the usual case, you know, everything would be fine. So, if you don't mind, will you look into this case again and please give me my due right?
Okay, so far this is the best. This is the best approach so far. Okay. Sometimes you have to. They call it in English, suck up to someone. Okay. If you see that there's no way to get it done by authority, then you use your negotiation skills in order to get anything out of this person for the time being to get the job done. That could include praising the person, not his looks. Okay? So you could say something along the lines, look, you guys have a history of being reliable, trustworthy. We've always appreciated you. We've always spoken well of you. And I'm hurt. I'm very hurt that we're facing this dilemma. I obviously don't want trouble for myself. I don't want trouble for you. Not now, not amongst us, not among other people. We don't want to get other people involved. We just have an event, and your support would be a great favor, a great, we would greatly appreciate it. So can we work something out? I understand that we missed this part in the contract that mentions the disclaimer that the medicine might be expired. But for the well-being of these people and these players who also look up to you and appreciate you, we don't want anyone to potentially get harmed. Imagine if this was your children, if this was your team, if these were your players, you would not want harm for you. Similarly, you do not want harm for them. And for the staff, maybe you allow me, we have a motivational person, speaker. We can, at least talk to the staff before the event, give them some words of encouragement so they can be a little more active in during the event. Because we think that they have the potential to be much better. Maybe because of the situation, maybe your company is going through some hard times. I don't understand. Maybe they have personal issues. Regardless, it's affecting us, and it's also making your name look bad. So we want a win-win situation over here. Of course, there's no guarantee that any of this would work, but more likely than not, this will be far more effective than anything else that you try. Especially meet me outside. So this happens, by the way, in life all the time. When you do, who's married here? No one. Now, so those are the type of skills you need in a marriage. People that don't have those skills, their marriages will be horrible. A man who doesn't know how to negotiate with his wife, or a wife who does not know how to negotiate with her husband, will have a hard time being compatible. Why? Men and women are not the same. Men and women are not the same in hundreds of ways. Men are practical, logical. Women are emotional. And they know. You will hear it from a woman's mouth. Look, I'm hurt right now. I'm not thinking straight. Like, I know that this is not right, but I can't. I'm a human being. I'm emotional. There's no switch for me to switch on and off. We men switch on, switch off. Just like this button. Women, there's no such switch. There's like a long train ride of 3 days before she can change that mood that was once ruined by you. So if you don't have the capacity to understand this, and if you want a woman to be a man like you, then you're in the wrong marriage. And we know this from the Prophet ﷺ, that the women were created from Dawah, the rib. And the rib, it's crooked on top. Crooked meaning suitable for her. Straightforward women don't have the straightforwardness. If you try to straighten her, you will break her. And if you keep her as is, then you have to deal with her and understand that this is her nature as a woman, and there's adaptation that you have to make for a harmonious marriage. Otherwise, it will not work. And when people don't apply Islam, and they don't apply these prophetic guidelines, you see the high divorce rate everywhere you go. Because a man expects a woman to be, thinking like him. It's not going to happen. And far worse, feminist women who have a complete misunderstanding of Islam and thinks that she's going to run the house like the man. She wants to be the shot caller, and a man is not going to have another. And if the man is sound, he doesn't want another man running the house with him. One captain for the ship, otherwise the ship will sink. And that captain, Allah made the man. It's never been a woman. Not in prophethood, not in country government leadership, and not in household leadership. It always has to be the man who leads the ship. But who's going to keep the ship afloat? The women. The man doesn't have all the skills required to get the job done. Not with the children, not with other elements. With the kids, if the woman is not involved, a man will go nuts in 5 minutes. Take it from me. You could love your children to death. After 5 minutes, you start thinking, is it halal for me to hang him from the ceiling? You start looking up at Dawah. Can a father kill his son in Islam and get away with it? Of course, you're going to find the fatwa that says no. Yeah. Men don't have the capability to deal with children for a long duration of time. They don't have the patience. Allah didn't give this compassion that the woman has. A woman stays with the child 6-7 hours at night because he's sick. The father is knocked out cold. Only when the mother says, we need to go to the hospital, he will get up and go to the hospital. He's not gonna. Have you ever seen a woman sleeping and the father, rockabye baby? You only see this in movies that have an agenda. All the movies today have an agenda to push transgenderism and feminism and all this confusion down your throat by force. They even now make gangster movies where the gangster turns out to be a homosexual. A thug. A thug who's supposed to be a gangbanger, and and it turns out at the end that he's it doesn't even click. It doesn't even make sense. It's crazy where we've gone. So anyways, that's a whole other discussion. But the point being, these negotiation skills are needed with your parents. Some people have parents that don't want you to practice Islam. And you want to practice Islam. You need to learn how to negotiate, how to compromise when necessary, in order to get the greater picture, the greater objective. You understand? It's needed in your work life, it's needed in school, it's needed with your friends, it's needed everywhere you go. And it's something that you develop, it's something that you train yourself to master. Some people have it by jibiliya, as they say, by fitrah. They're born with the skill, subhanAllah. And some people acquire the skill with a lot of training and practice. So whether it's gifted to you by Allah by default, even then you can improve it. Or it's something that you have to install, like a software that didn't exist before in the operating system, but then you can upgrade from version 1 to version 2 to version 3 until you actually master this with the passage of time. But you have to start somewhere. You have to start thinking like this. Not everything is shove and win. No, it doesn't work. In real life, it doesn't work. Sometimes you need this at a government agency. You have a violation, you have a late fee for something something wrong you've done. You can actually negotiate yourself out of this if you know how to speak to this government agent. And some people, they mess it up. They go and make it worse. And he had one problem because of the way he conducted himself with a representative of the government. Next thing you know, he's in prison and he has double fines. This is not smart. You understand? This is not intelligent, the intelligent way to go about your life. So those are things that you need to think about. Anyways,
we're going to go back here because we have an interesting topic right now to discuss before we give you another session and then the Q&A. So I'm going to ask you some hard questions, the answers of which are available, but I want to see your answers. So a person comes to you and says regarding the matter of qadar, do you believe that Allah knows everything?
Yes.
Yes? Does Allah know past, present, and future? Does Allah know whether you're going to end up in Jannah or Jahannam? Huh? Is there a unanimous agreement, everyone here? So what's the point of existence? What is the point of existence if Allah already knew what you're going to do, what halal, what's haram, how you're going to die, when you're going to die, what condition you're going to die in, and where you're going to end up after you die? If all this is known to Allah, then why are we even going through this process? Cameraman?
Allah is just in His nature. So, if we're just put into hell and we've not acted through it, then it's just then it goes against one of Allah's attributes, which is Allah is just.
Precise and concise. Tamam? One of the principal answers and or principal foundational beliefs is that Allah Azza wa Jal is Al-Adl. Allah is the just. Then we have ayat in the Quran. Inna Allah ya'muru bil-adli wal-ihsani wa ita'i dhil qurba. Allah commands justice. Allah says in many ayat that i'dilu huwa aqrab lit-taqwa. And i'dilu walau ala anfusikum. Be just even if it's against yourself. Meaning when you do something wrong also, have the manhood or the sisterhood to say, I'm wrong. I made a mistake. I messed up. Don't let your pride interfere by making you feel superior that you don't make mistakes. It's okay. I made a mistake. I'm wrong. This is one of those requirements that you should have. So, knowing that Allah Azza wa Jal is just, how did we get here? I lost the point of connection. I need you guys to keep track of what's going on so that when I drop, you pick me up. I forgot how I jumped into you admitting that you made a mistake.
Justice.
Question of what? We know Habib, you're giving me the title that we gave 5 minutes ago. I want the last point that I was mentioning before I jumped onto I was quoting ayat. إن الله يأمر بالعدل. أيوه اعدلوا ولو على أنفسكم. شفتوا كيف you're not paying attention? Be just even if it's against yourselves. That's how we jumped into that topic. That was one of the ayat and one of the evidences. So you're required to be just at all times. And part of that justice means, okay, you give an example. One of the best ways to give da'wah is what they call ضرب المثل أو ضرب الأمثلة. And how many ayat do we have in the Quran where Allah says, ضرب الله مثلا? Then Allah proceeds to tell us either about the people of the Kahf, or this person or that person, or the one who's the slave who ran away from his owner. So many ayat in the book of Allah. The method or the similitude is used as one of the best and easiest ways to make the people relate to you on a religious matter, but in a worldly way. So if I have a religious concept I want to deliver to you, and there's a barrier of understanding, I give you a worldly example that you can feel and relate to, then you will say, aha, I understand the religious concept right now. Tamam? This is a prophetic, it's a Quranic prophetic way of giving da'wah, and you should also use that. And that requires that you may be an innovator in the good sense. Meaning you invent your own examples. You come up with your own examples. And subhanAllah, some people have that gift of coming up with examples that don't cross other people's minds. And you might surprise yourself with what kind of examples you come up with. But if you don't try, you will never know. So we can give some examples. What kind of example can you give to someone that demonstrates the concept that he shared with us? That a person might find himself in Jahannam and be like, yo, what happened? And then he'll be told, Allah knows everything. He knew that you were going to do A, B, C, D, and this is your final abode. So here we are. So what kind of worldly example you can give to the people so they can understand this religious concept better? Aywa, akhiran, mashallah, his first contribution, tfaddal.
I was gonna say, like lecturers in the exam that say that the lecturers already know what grades you're gonna get, but then the students actually don't know that, and it's their choice that if they do well on the exam or not.
Beautiful. Imagine your professor on the last day comes and says, fail, fail, pass, fail, before you do the final exam. Why? Wallahi, I've been observing you the whole time, and I have a surveillance camera in your room also. I can see that all day you're watching TV, you don't even study. So based on my understanding of your situation, there's no way you're going to pass my exam, so I've gone ahead and given you an F. You? Yeah, Sheikh. How do you know? Let me go through the experience and get an F, I'll be satisfied. And in the example you gave, does the professor actually know? He doesn't know. In the case of Allah, does Allah know? Absolutely. You understand? So this is from the ultimate justice of Allah. That's a good example. What's another example?
Perhaps a child.
Perhaps a child. Perhaps an example of a parent and a child.
Okay.
And the child is something, and the parent knows the outcome and he's going to get hurt, for example. So, for example, we can say the child is doing it, then the parent say you're going to get hurt. But that child doesn't really believe it, and then he gets hurt. But the parent knows in the end that he's going to get hurt.
Very good. Now, to add to this, always contextualize the example. What do I mean by that? What do I mean by contextualize the example? Can you guess? Meaning, select the similitude that is relevant to the person. So if it is a parent and they can relate to parenting, use that. If it's a professor, someone in the educational field, you give them that. If someone is an athlete, then you give them some story about a coach. You understand? You want to bring the point as close home as possible. So speak the language of the person you're speaking with, bottom line. You always want to make the example relevant to this person's experience because it makes it easier to comprehend. Otherwise, if a person is not a parent, they might not understand exactly how that relates to them. So that, that's also critical thinking, analytical thinking. When you speak to someone, that means I take into consideration their culture, I take into consideration their upbringing. If I have any information about them, I incorporate all of that, and then I tailor my speech, which I believe would be the most effective with this person. You understand? That's another thing that requires of you to have some general knowledge, general information about cultures, about maybe languages, about people from certain areas, certain backgrounds, have certain lifestyle. All of this is relevant. All of this will help you in your da'wah endeavors. Okay, so that was the idea of, is there any other answer? Yeah, that's the other. Is there any other answer besides that Allah is just, and therefore out of His justice He let us live out what He knows is going to happen? But all of that, the problem with this answer, if you don't qualify it, it's suggesting what some people call al-Jabariyah. You're actually indirectly affirming a corrupt aqidah that some of the Muslims hold, known as al-Jabariyah, from al-Jabr. And Jabr ay annak mujbar, meaning you are forced to live out the decree of Allah, you have no choice in it. Did you know that?
There are two deviants regarding qadar. Two groups that deviated in the matter of qadar. Al-Qadariyah, those who deny qadar. They say Allah doesn't know what's going to happen. After it happens, Allah knows about it. Which is next level insanity. Ibn Umar said, tell those people, I am innocent of them and they are innocent of me until they believe in the qadar of Allah. Because that's why one of the 6 articles of faith, and tu'mina bil qadari khayrihi wa sharrihi, to believe in qadar, the good and the bad. Qadar is a very technical matter in Islam, by the way. A lot of people, it's a slippery slope. A lot of people fall off in understanding how qadar works. I have a lecture on the subject matter, by the way. If you're interested in knowing more in depth on it, go on YouTube and type and search, do I have a choice? Do I have a choice? It's a whole lecture about the principle or the concept of qadar from an Islamic point of view according to Ahl-Sunnah wal Jama'ah. In a nutshell, the Qadariyah deny the qadar of Allah. The Jabariyah, they say, you have no say in anything. Allah decreed that you're going to go to Jahannam from the get-go. All you're doing is living out the qadar of Allah. You're not involved in the process. It's a big problem. How do you address that?
Is that correct to say علم الله لا يقتضي الإلزام?
Okay. So the knowledge of Allah does not necessitate compliance, or that it's not being forced upon you? Okay. How? We need more elaborate explanation. It's good. It's a good start, but we need something more particular and specific. By the way, before we speak philosophically or logically, always try to find a reference. The first thing you do, you scan the Book of Allah and the Sunnah of the Prophet ﷺ, because you will find the answers over there. You will find the answer clear-cut over there. If not available, then we see what the scholars have to say about it. But in the beginning, do we have something from the Quran and the Sunnah?
Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says, إِنَّا هَدَيْنَاهُ السَّبِيلَ إِمَّا شَاكِرًا وَإِمَّا كَفُورًا.
Yeah, إِنَّا
هَدَيْنَاهُ السَّبِيلَ.
حلو. Surah Al-Insan. MashaAllah, tabarakallah. That's one evidence. And the other one, وَهَدَيْنَاهُ النَّجْدَيْنِ. أحسن. So the first one, Allah clearly says that we have guided human being, and then they turn into either thankful and grateful or a disbeliever. So, first of all, Allah did not impose on anybody anything. The fact that Allah knows what we're going to do does not mean that you are forced to do what Allah knows. It's one thing to know, it's another thing to impose. So it is not, what is the term that they use? Arbitrary. It's not arbitrary, meaning it's being forced upon you. You have a choice. What's the evidence that you have a choice? وَمَا تَشَاءُونَ إِلَّا أَن يَشَاءَ اللَّهُ. So Allah affirmed Mashiach. The will was given to us. Allah says, وَلَا يَظْلِمُ رَبُّكَ أَحَدًا وَمَا أَنَا بِظَلَّامٍ لِلْعَبِيدِ. Do you think that if your life was written and tailored for you and you just had to live it, is that dhulm or not dhulm? Of course this is dhulm. Hasha lillah, and Allah is above having oppression attributed to Him. If Allah decreed, imagine Allah created you for Jahannam and gave you no choice in it, and you simply came into existence, did exactly what you need to do to go to Jahannam, then Allah roasts you in Jahannam. Were you or were you not oppressed? Of course you're oppressed. And that goes clear-cut against the ayat in the Book of Allah, that Allah does not oppress anyone. So they do not add up. All that we know is that Allah knows what we're going to do. This is reinforced by the hadith. When the Prophet ﷺ told the Sahaba that there isn't any one of you except that his seat is written, alhamdulillah, either in, I didn't realize how loud this thing was. Is that an AC or an airplane engine? Where's the active noise cancellation from Samsung products? Sheesh! How did we get here? Every time we make a side joke, we forget the subject matter. Yes, he said, there isn't any one of you except that his maq'ad, his seat in Jannah or Jahannam is already known. So the Sahaba naturally said, أَفَلَا نَتَّكِلْ. So should we not just rely on the outcome, meaning Allah already knows? Khalas, there's no need to do anything. He said, لا. اعملوا فكل ميسر لما خلق له أو كما قال عليه السلام. He said, no. Do work, act, meaning do good and avoid haram. Everyone will be facilitated towards that which he was created for. Then he recited some ayat. Which ayat? بعدين معاكم يا جماعة طخنتوها والله. No one knows these ayat in Juz' Amma again? لا ولا أنت يا شيخ؟ Sisters?
Can you repeat it again?
After the Prophet ﷺ told them, اعملوا, do your work, each will be facilitated towards that which he was created for. Then he recited some ayat. فَسَنُيَسِّرُهُ لِلْيُسْرَى. What are the beginning of the ayat? فَأَمَّا مَنْ أَعْطَى وَاتَّقَى وَصَدَّقَ بِالْحُسْنَى فَسَنُيَسِّرُهُ لِلْيُسْرَى وَأَمَّا مَنْ بَخِلَ وَاسْتَغْنَى وَكَذَّبَ بِالْحُسْنَى فَسَنُيَسِّرُهُ لِلْعُسْرَى. This ayat clear cut. As for the one who gives and fears Allah and believes in the husna, meaning in Jannah and everything related to that, then we will facilitate for him this ease. So your job, another example you give, and that's one example I've given. I don't know if it's going to resonate well with you or not. When the people have a misunderstanding of the matter of qadar, you say to them, look, imagine if your boss at work told you, in the next few days, I'm going to evaluate your performance. Okay? If you do well, I will promote you to a senior manager. If you do bad, I will fire you. Okay? You'll get fired. So you're put in this awkward dilemma. So accordingly, because you're not as intelligent as you thought, you make a fuss, you start complaining and whining, Ishhada, what is this? This guy, wants to fire me. So instead of coming to work on time, you come to work 1 hour late in your pajamas. You come and you sit on the table desk, put your feet on the desk, computer's off, your colleagues walk by, Salamat, Ishfi, what happened? Ya akhi, ish al-mudir hada. This boss of mine said that he's going to evaluate my performance, and depending on how I do, I'm either going to get promoted or get fired. What are they going to tell you? What have you done at that moment? By you doing this, what are you doing to yourself?
Missing the opportunity.
You're going to get fired. The choice you made, by the way, he could have the intention to promote you without even firing you. He just said this in order to motivate you. He wants you to put your best performance in those few days so that when he declares the promotion, the colleagues will say, MashaAllah, tistahil, you deserved it. You were working hard. But because you're adid, you made the decision already on his behalf that he wants to fire you, you stopped working, what's the end result? You're going to get fired. What were you supposed to do as a loyal employee? Do your job. Your job was to do what? Do your job. Exactly as you ought to, if not extra. Let's say you did your job exactly as you have to, and he fired you. Is he oppressing you? Yes or no? Yes. If you did your job and he promoted you, did he wrong you? Did he fulfill? We all agree? Do we all agree that any employee in the world should have done what? Should have done his job? Say yes. Say this is exactly what we're discussing about qadar. Allah created the creation and told us this, do these things, you go to Jannah, and do these things, you will go to hell. Do you know where you're going to wind up? No. Just like when you were an employee, did you know whether you're going to get promoted or fired? No. What was your job? To do good. And what is your job in this? To do what Allah wants or what Allah forbade? To do what Allah wants. Like, your boss may oppress you. You might do good and he will fire you. Will Allah oppress you if you do good and put you in Jahannam? No. Case closed. End of discussion. Don't waste your energy, because even if you spend your entire life thinking, what am I going to end up? Is it Jannah or Jahannam? Every day you thought about it 23 hours and 59 minutes and 59 seconds. Only 1 second you spared for the bathroom. Would you ever find out where you've been decreed? What's been decreed for you? No. You're wasting your time. You're wasting your time. What you should be doing is do what Allah told you. And rest assured, you will never do what Allah told you and end up in Jahannam. Now, if we mess up along the way, that's a whole other discussion. But if we do what Allah told us, you are going to end up in paradise. 100%, because Allah doesn't oppress anyone. Are we clear? So that's one way to address the issue of qadar. And now, how much time do we have before the Q&A? Oh, nice. Oh, the mic, please. But here's another difficult question. Why is it that men have the authority in divorce? A non-Muslim, let's say a lady specifically, asked you, I like Islam, I like the concept of one God, Prophet Muhammad is a good man, alayhi salatu salam. I'm cool with generally all the Islamic teachings, but I don't like the fact that women have no say in divorce. A woman cannot divorce her husband, but a man has the control of divorce in his hand. How do you address this dilemma? The silence is deafening. You could drop a needle, you will hear it.
Perhaps you could start off with the man is not like the woman. There's a difference in how people are created and how we act as people. Hence, in the marriage, in the driving seat, Allah has determined that the guy is the driver or the leader of the family. And hence, when the idea of divorce comes around, it's the sort of the guy's call as well.
Are you guys convinced? Are you guys convinced? You're not convinced? Well, tough guy. Tfaddal. Give us a more convincing answer than his.
Women act rationally, so maybe if one
women act rationally?
Not based on feelings.
That's emotionally.
Yeah, emotionally.
And by the way, everything is mixed up. Earlier you said we want a refund, but if you don't want the refund, ضيعت الريفند, but the refund was gone, by the way, between you and him, no one got it. And now we shifted from emotionally to rationally. By the way, I pick up people last, so you have to be patient with me. Aywa?
Women act emotionally, so maybe if one small problem occurred, she might just like make a divorce in that small instant.
Wow. Now, okay, let's establish some facts. Do bear in mind that the way I speak with you guys is not necessarily the way I would speak to non-Muslims. So there are certain things that I'm going to say because I know, inshallah, we are all on the same page, more or less. We have a common platform or denominator that allows me to say this about men, this about women, without fearing any backlash. That said, if we had a bunch of non-Muslims with us, some of these things cannot be said in that emphatic, blatant, in-your-face way. Do you understand? Why? Because the wave, the strength of the wave against this, this fundamentalism that we are upon is so strong
that it hits people and it catches them off guard and they flip out. So if you told this to a non-Muslim lady right now, she will smack you with the mic. You understand? I can say this to a sister and expect, and by the way, in the past, in Discover Islam Week, we've had some feminist sisters that went crazy on me during the Q&A. Absolutely berserk. So it wasn't always a pleasant experience, even among Muslim sisters, let alone non-Muslim sisters. So be mindful of the words you're going to say so that it doesn't create a bigger problem than the original one. So we had one problem, her question or her misunderstanding. Now your answer gives her 3 more problems than the one that she had. Because you basically, the last thing women want to hear is, you are emotional, you're a crybaby. Now we know that this is the case, but still nobody likes to hear it. Just like you know, men sometimes are, weird, and you don't want to hear anyone tell you that you're weird about certain things. I'm not going to go there. Long story short, people don't like to be confronted with how they are. So you have to be very picky and careful with your words so that you don't hurt her feelings even more. So how can we phrase and articulate this concept of yours in a better way where if a non-Muslim lady heard you, she would, to some degree, respond positively? The sisters want to contribute? Yes? No? Nobody can word this better? You women are rational, emotional, and any problem, divorce ala tool. MashaAllah. Straight to the point. 3 words, kharab dunya. Better attempt? Anybody? Cameraman?
Can I use a different argument?
Anything you want, Habibi.
Okay, so as we mentioned yesterday, like in Islam, once you believe it's the truth, and once we prove that the revelations from Allah and everything like that, we take it in its entirety, and we don't if something doesn't suit us, it's not because so and so said like this, because if everyone had their own morality or everyone came up with their own things, then it would be chaos. But this is from Allah. We take it, even if you might not agree with, but we believe it's in the best interest of us because our Creator knows us better. That's
good. So this is the concept of going back to the basics. And this also is considered an excellent outlet for dealing with difficult questions that you might not exactly have a proper answer for. So whenever you're confronted or you're given a subject that is beyond you, always go back to the basics so that you don't leave the person without any information. And because they might actually agree with you on this principle, and therefore they on their own will better understand the issue at hand. This is similar to another concept in Dawah, which is going back to Tawheed. All of these questions, Akhwan and Akhawat, are actually for advanced students, if I may say so. You may not have the proper answer for any of those, or all of those, or some of those. That, however, does not excuse you from being able to deliver the message of Tawheed to the recipient. The fact that I cannot answer why men are in control of divorce, for instance, does not relieve me of the obligation to deliver to them the message of Tawheed. Who can cite a story of a prophet or a messenger in the Quran that proves what I said right now? That the priority is for Tawheed. Your job is to call people to Tawheed. Which prophet had an incident where he exemplified in the best way possible that all that matters is that you deliver the words of Tawheed, and then afterwards things could or could not matter. It doesn't really matter. لا أنت تبغاك أنت الضيف.
قال رب إني لما أنزلت إلي من خير فقير.
لا يا حق. إيه ده يعمل حق؟ إيه التهريج ده؟
That's the story.
What is the story of Musa alayhi salam after the girls from Madian?
This is the story.
أيوة, I know the story, Habibi. This is completely irrelevant to what I'm saying. Did he deliver the message of Tawheed? He made dua on his own, ya Sheikh. He helped these ladies. Then he went on the side and he said, "Oh Allah, regarding that good which you have, I'm in a state of poverty." He made dua between him and Allah. That was not da'wah to people. I'm talking about da'wah to people where the Prophet prioritized delivering the message of Tawheed as opposed to anything else. Now we have more hands. I had to spell it out for you. You want to answer any questions, young man?
No, I'm here to listen.
Huh?
I'm here to listen.
Okay, fine. If you want to contribute, it'll be nice to hear from you. No face. No, I want someone else. Before I settle for those who may know. Kabayan. Okay, see, this is a problem. Inshallah, Ramadan is around the corner. So, it's about time y'all stop reading the Quran in Arabic and feeling happy that you did your khatam. It's about time you stop that. For once in your life, for Allah's sake, read the Quran and read it in a language that you understand, even if you don't complete the Quran. Wallahi, it is superior. It is superior. Allah did not reveal this Quran for you to be like the Jews. The Jews, Allah criticized them in the Quran. Allah says, وَمِنْهُمْ أُمِّيُّونَ لَا يَعْلَمُونَ الْكِتَابَ إِلَّا أَمَانِي. Among them are illiterate, uneducated, ignorant people. They know nothing of the book but recitation. All they know of the book is to recite, like a parrot. And we're not taking away from the virtue of recitation. الحرف 10 بحسنة والحسنة بعشر أمثالها. لا أقول ألف لام ميم as حرف, لكن ألف والحرف. We understand. Don't misunderstand me. You understand? I'm trying to refer to a more important subject matter. كتاب أنزلناه إليك مبارك ليدبروا آياته وليتذكر أولو الألباب. A book we have sent down upon you, blessed, so they may reflect on its ayat, and so the people with intelligence can get a reminder. That is the purpose of the Quran, that you actually understand the message. So as opposed to you reading endlessly, khatma 1, khatma 2, mashallah, this Ramadan, I finished the Quran 3 times. What does this ayah mean? Wallahi, I have no idea. How many times did you recite it in this Ramadan? 5 times. 5 times I recited, what is the surah and Surah Al-Adiyat? إِنَّ الْإِنسَانَ لِرَبِّهِ لَكَنُودٌ. Ask any Muslim right now. تعال يا بابا. إيش يعني كنود? I challenge you to find someone who will answer you. In my experience, no one has ever answered. I've asked this question in tens of lectures. Maybe one, so I will not, because my memory might fail me. But the general response with a bigger crowd is like, how many times have you recited? I've been reciting it all my life. I haven't memorized. Surah Al-Adiyat, I haven't memorized. What does Kanoon mean? No answer. Then why? Why? You understand? Obviously, you're not going to memorize everything, but you have to have an idea of what's going on. So when you read the Quran, read the English equivalent, or Urdu, or Hindi, or French, or whatever other language you speak, whatever your mother language is, besides Arabic is not it. If it's Arabic, you're good to go. Then read the tafsir. If you are an Arab, or you know Arabic, forget about you being an Arab. If you know Arabic, which is more important, read the tafsir at least. If you're not, read the equivalent. So which surah, which prophet demonstrated this? If you had read the Quran in English even once, you will be able to answer. We're going to have to settle down for Sheikh Qayyum. Yalla ya Baba.
Prophet Ibrahim.
Allahu Akbar, wrong answer.
Muhammad.
By the way, it's a correct answer. Just so that all of these are correct, but they are not bullseye. يعني you hit the target, but you missed. by a good 16 meters. Huh?
Prophet Yusuf alayhi salam.
Yes, sir. Prophet Yusuf alayhi salam.
When he was in jail,
Specifically when?
when they came to him to interpret the dream of the king.
Hey, look guys, look, listen to these ayat. Uqsum billah, something from out of this world. Listen to this. تعال يا بابا. This is gold. It's a gold mine. Who knows Surah Yusuf is which surah number? برضو لا, huh? It's Juz 12. Right. I want to I have them memorized, but I might make a mistake. And those were to be important in Dawah. But because I don't want to open the door of making mistakes, I will read from the Mussab and save you and me any possible issues. Yeah, but I want to give the exact ayat. Who knows which ayat so we can cut through the chase?
أأرباب متفرقون خير.
أيوة بس لا وعمل من سورة الرعد. إيش هذا؟ سورة إبراهيم، سورة يوسف. Right there. طيب. ودخل معه السجن فتيان. And two young men entered the prison with him. قال أحدهما إني أراني أعصر خمرا. One of them said, indeed I have seen myself in a dream pressing grapes for wine. وقال الآخر إني أراني أحمل فوق رأسي خبزا تأكل الطير منه. نبئنا بتأويله إنا نراك من المحسنين. And the other said, indeed I have seen myself carrying upon my head some bread from which the birds were eating. Inform us of the interpretation. Indeed, we see you to be of those who do good. Listen to this. قال لا يأتيكما طعام ترزقانه إلا نبأتكما بتأويله قبل أن يأتيكما. He said, you will not receive food that is provided to you except that I will inform you of its interpretation before it comes to you. Now, this is where the shift is going to happen. ذَلِكُمَا مِمَّا عَلَّمَنِي رَبِّي. This is from what my Lord has taught me. إِنِّي تَرَكْتُ مِلَّةَ قَوْمٍ لَا يُؤْمِنُونَ بِاللَّهِ. I have left the religion of a people who do not believe in Allah. وَهُمْ بِالْآخِرَةِ هُمْ كَافِرُونَ. And in the hereafter, they are disbelievers. وَاتَّبَعْتُ مِلَّةَ آبَائِ إِبْرَاهِيمَ وَإِسْحَاقَ وَيَعْقُوبَ. And I have followed the religion of my fathers, Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. مَا كَانَ لَنَا أَن نُشْرِكَ بِاللَّهِ مِنْ شَيْءٍ. It was not for us to associate anything with Allah. ذَلِكَ مِنْ فَضْلِ اللَّهِ عَلَيْنَا وَعَلَى النَّاسِ وَلَكِنَّ أَكْثَرَ النَّاسِ لَا يَشْكُرُونَ. This is from the favor of Allah upon us and upon the people, but most of the people are not grateful. يَا صَاحِبَيِ السِّجْنِ. O two companions of prison. أَأَرْبَابٌ مُتَفَرِّقُونَ خَيْرٌ أَمِ اللَّهُ الْوَاحِدُ الْقَهَّارُ. So are separate lords better or Allah the one, the prevailing? ما تعبدون من دونه إلا أسماء سميتموها أنتم وآباؤكم ما أنزل الله بها من سلطان إن الحكم إلا لله أمر أن لا تعبدوا إلا إياه ذلك الدين القيم ولكن أكثر الناس لا يعلمون. You worship not besides them except mere names. You have named them and your fathers for which Allah has sent down no evidence. Legislation is not but for Allah. He has commanded that you worship not except Him. That is the correct religion, but most of the people don't know. Then he said, يا صاحبي السجن أما أحدكما فيسقي ربه خمرا. O two companions of prison, as for one of you, he will give drink to his master of wine. And then he interpreted the dream of the other guy, and then the discussion went in a completely different direction. So when he saw that they needed something from him, instead of delivering the interpretation of the dream, which he did, first he gave him a fundamental principle of My job is to call people to Tawheed. And you see how straightforward it is. This is the deen of Allah. Worship Him alone. Everything else you're worshipping are names that you invented. This applies to any Jew, any Christian, any Hindu, any Buddhist, anyone on earth. These ayat apply to them. This is the reality of Islam versus the rest of the religions in the world. Everything they have is some human invention. Everything we have is revelation and preservation. Case closed. So whenever you're confronted with a question of this nature, your job and mine is to bring it back to Tawheed. If Tawheed does not make sense to them, nothing else will. If someone does not understand 1 + 1 = 2, they're not going to understand any other advanced mathematical equation. Impossible, because they don't have the basics. So they will not understand polygamy or polygyny, if you want to be more technical. They won't understand any of this. Why? Because they don't even understand Allah. But back to the discussion. The issue of divorce. What did you say again? What was you took us back to a principle?
The principle was like if you believe in Allah.
So then if you believe in the revelation, then the revelation said this. And if the revelation said this, what is your position regarding these kind of questions? So when I'm dealing with a non-Muslim, I usually don't say this. When a Muslim asks me any question of this nature, the first thing I say to him, respectfully, Allah says, لا يسأل عما يفعل وهم يسألون. Allah is not asked about what He does, you will be asked. Number one, know your role. The first thing you tell a Muslim, know your position, stay in your lane. Who are you to question Allah Azza wa Jal? Who are you aslan? Do you see this brain that you're questioning Allah with? Allah gave it to you. How insane do you have to be to use the brain Allah gave you to question Allah? You can't even create your own brain, ya ta'ban. You're using the brain Allah gave you to question Allah with it? What kind of audacity and lack of manners is this? That's like someone gives you a gun to protect yourself in the street, then you shoot him with it. Can you be worse than this? Is there a worse friend than your friend says, here's a gun, man, there's thieves. Here's a knife. There are thieves in the street. In case, la qaddar Allah, someone comes, you can protect yourself. It's like, Jazakallah khair. Allah yakhir baytak. The whole world will agree that you're the worst friend mankind has ever seen. People want to take from Allah. They take rizq from Allah and sustenance from Allah and everything from Allah, and then they want to use those to now object to Allah. أَوَلَمْ يَرَ الْإِنسَانُ أَنَّ خَلَقْنَاهُ مِنْ نُطْفَةٍ فَإِذَا هُوَ خَصِيمٌ مُبِينٌ. Does the human being not see that we created him from a sperm drop? All of a sudden he is qasim. He's your opponent. Your clear, argumentative opponent. He wants to discuss with Allah. قَالَ مَنْ يُحْيِي الْعِظَامَ وَهِيَ رَمِيمٌ. Who will bring these bones back to life when they are decayed? قُلْ يُحْيِي الَّذِي أَنْشَأَهُ أَوَّلَ مَرَّةٍ. The one who created the first time will bring it back. Subhanallah, the arguments of the Quran are irrefutable. Philosophical arguments of certain characters and Hyde Park are all refutable. Anytime someone wants to use philosophy to give da'wah, you can use philosophy to counter the da'wah. Because philosophy is a vicious cycle of stupidity. Wallahi, it's nothing but stupidity and twisting facts and twisting principles for your advantage. So that everything that makes sense does not make sense anymore. And everything that does not make sense supposedly makes sense. That is not da'wah. That is a circus. That's tahreek. Da'wah is قال Allah, قال Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam. You like it? Bravo. You don't like it? Ciao. Go to hell, habibi. Adi. You want to go to hell? Fadl. Allah already created a lot of people for hell. You insist on going to hell? Go to hell. You want to go to hell, mind you. Do you not know that people want to go to hell? They willingly know that there's accountability in their judgment, and they willingly live a life that will end up in hell. What can you do for him? Listen. My job is to tell you what the Quran and the Sunnah say. If they don't make sense to you, if they're not guidance enough for you, may you never be guided. You understand? I don't have to use any other principle. Contingency argument, وإف مدري إيش طلع ونزل وكلام كله كلام بالكواكب والمريخ وزحل والقمر ومدري إيش، أي كلام بأي كلام، تدخل معهم في متاهات ما تعرف تخرج أصلا. بس إنه إيش؟ ما شاء الله he's well read. So the brother read so many books, memorized so many principles. That is not da'wah. Never been, never will be. And even when it brings fruits, those fruits will be spoiled eventually. You cannot go away from the way of the righteous predecessors and be successful. You cannot imagine Umar ibn al-Khattab standing on a corner, debating with some non-Muslim and mocking him and putting him down and mopping the floor with him and boasting and using some strange principle that Aristotle came up with to prove that Islam is the valid religion. No way on earth. Can you imagine any of the Sahaba doing this? You can imagine the Sahaba calm and collected, sitting there telling the people, Ittaqillah. Because they know that the people deep down know that Allah is there. They're just playing games. See, it's all about perception. It's all about perspective. So anyways, the matter of divorce then is a very sensitive one. When you want to deal with it, you have to lay down certain foundations. And those foundations begin by actually mentioning that before you speak about why is the divorce in the man's hand, why don't we discuss gender roles? i.e. husband role and wife role. What is their role in the relationship? What is the woman expected to provide? What is the man expected to provide? Tfaddal. Because when you establish that, now you can connect this with why a certain entity holds more authority than the other. Let's give an example. In a business, who decides who gets fired and who gets hired? All the employees?
No.
Oh, there are certain people in charge of that called HR. You know what HR stands for? Horrific recession, human resources. Those of you who have suffered at the hands of HR know what I'm saying. Some HR, a'udhu billah. The irony of it, the irony is in the naming. Human resources, where sometimes there's nothing human and there are no resources. But alhamdulillah, we at Samsung were good. No mic, huh? Listen, try the place next to 7-Eleven, We Die, We Whiz. What was it called?
My News.
My News. Eh. That place. Who names a grocery store My News?
There is no news.
I want to go in the morning. So what's the news today? Well, why we have the same things we've been having for the last 3 years. So help yourself. Khalas, I stand over there. Is that mic working? Just touch it. Allah yakhdan naishtak. That's how you touch it, Habibi. That's how you break it. Move. I'm okay, Habibi. I'm okay. I like this one better anyways. I'm more energetic when I stand. So what were we saying? Anyone remembers? Anyone? My News? Before My News. Yeah, okay. So in order to better understand, let's figure out who does what. So at a work, at a job, HR gets to decide certain things. Why? Because they have certain responsibilities. Responsibilities that are laid on HR by the CEO, by the manager. They hire HR, right? And they give them responsibilities, and according to those responsibilities, they now have the authority to decide who gets hired, who gets fired. There are other entities that might get involved, but just generally speaking. So based on that, what are the responsibilities of a husband towards his wife? Yalla.
Providing for her.
Okay, so that makes him the one who can divorce. Just it. If you provide for someone, that means you can divorce at any time. What if the wife was the one providing? What if the husband was a housewife? What is that? A husband wife? No, a house husband. A house husband. That sounds so wrong. Brother, what are you doing? Spaghetti? But tawfiq.
Where's your wife? At work? Where are the kids? Right here. Right. So what if she's the one providing? So now she's, in this case, we give her the authority to initiate divorce?
Safety and protection.
Huh?
Safety and protection.
Safety and protection?
Yeah.
What safety and protection?
The husband.
Like sunscreen?
No, provides safety.
The husband provides safety. And you left already our first point before we finish the jump to the next point? I love that. Jazakallah khair. So before we finish the first point, he's already jumped to the second point. Let's finish the first one. How do we address this issue? Someone says, okay, so if in a situation, the woman is the one providing. For what? She's rich, Yaqi. She comes from a super rich family. She tells the husband, khalas, you don't have to work. I got you. I'm going to spend on the house. But divorce is in my hand. So, does he have to, according to this principle, he has to comply? Mahar? What about mahar? Every time we try to finish one point, you guys jump to the next point. That's like 2 in a row now. Strike 2. Let's see strike 3. Anyone wants to add the third point before we finish the first one? Since it's a trend, yani, and we're enjoying ourselves. Hi, Abu Kamil. That's your new nickname. Being a leader? MashaAllah, abadan. Everybody is in a coma. So that's point number 3. So we continue the third strike. I didn't insist. I want us to finish the first point before we jump into all these other points. Priority. He said responsibility of providing. So if in case a woman is the one providing for the house, does that therefore render her as the person who can decide divorce?
No.
Why not? Because you're saying that's what it is.
Because she's the one who said, I'm going to provide, like, I'm going to be helping you out. She wanted it. But that doesn't take away the guy's role in having this authority to make the divorce happen.
Okay. Satisfied? Not satisfied? You're satisfied? Huh, sisters? You couldn't hear him. Oh. He's saying, he basically said, well, since she offered, it's her problem, basically.
It's optional.
Straight to the point. Well, you offer, so doesn't change anything. Not bad. Not bad for a cold answer. It could do the job. And some sisters will be like, oh yeah, you're right. Absolutely, yeah. The bottom line is, you cannot take only one element on its own and use it as the deciding factor. It is a combination of matters, and you have to mention all of them to draw the bigger picture in order to justify in that woman's mind, if she doesn't understand Islam, why this is the case. What we can agree and what we want to deliver in a very gentle and diplomatic way is that because males and females are unlike each other, and because women are generally more emotional, and you need to make justifications or qualifying statements that show compassion and love. For instance, when I would say that, and I would say, and that's something that we appreciate as men. Don't think that when I'm saying you're emotional, I'm trying to put you down or criticize you, or that's like a bad thing. It's not a bad thing at all. In fact, this is an attribute, a quality that men wish they had. You guys do know that. Many men wish at certain times they could have this emotional approach or this emotional reaction that they lack because of the way our brains operate. Women are able to use this emotion either in their favor or against them. So emotionalism in and of itself is not a problem. It could be a problem if you misapply it and misuse it. Classic example. A child is annoying you, your own child, or you tell them, don't touch this, and then they touch it. Don't touch it, they touch it. Don't touch it, let's say, any kind of glassware in the house. And then after ignoring you for 5 times, they drop it and it breaks. Depending on your culture, depending on your culture, so we can give all the disclaimers. In some cultures, the father will strike that child. Obviously, if you strike that child, there are so many limits and restrictions. You're not going to be Mike Tyson, knock him out cold. You're not allowed to hit the face, not allowed to hit the head. So if you take that as a valid position, you might, as some of the scholars say, use them swag. You know, it's a little tiny stick. This is for the concept of delivering your disapproval of that. Whatever, even if you do that, the child will cry. In some cases, let's say the father lost his composure and he actually hurt the child and the child started crying. Okay? What usually happens, the man or the woman, in this case, if they use their emotions to react, when they rationalize what happened, they will hate themselves. And ask any parent, they will tell you. Ask them 10 minutes after the whole fiasco is over, would you have preferred that you controlled yourself and not touch that child? They will say, Wallah, absolutely. So why did you do it? I was mad. Okay? People get in a car accident. Somebody hits you. You know, terrible driver runs into you. If you act on emotions, what's going to happen? You're going to get out of the car. What are you doing? Get into a scuffle with him, turns physical, you punch him, he falls on the ground and has a seizure, or he dies, as it happens often, and you spend the rest of your life in prison. After it's all said and done, would you have preferred that you kept your cool and stayed in the car and said, "Qaddar ma sha'a fa'al," and just thought of how to fix the problem? Absolutely. Ask all these criminals in prison, what made you do this? You will say, anger. And anger is what? An emotion. So emotions could be good and they could be bad depending on how you either use them or misuse them. That needs to be explained so that we don't make this emotionalism as some sort of taboo, where women are emotional, so they become emotional about you telling them that they're emotional. Now you have double trouble. So you give those kind of disclaimers to explain that this is not necessarily a bad thing, but because it's in the nature of women to use emotions more than rationalism as men would do, it is in everybody's best interest that the man is the one who controls the divorce. And on top of that, please bear in mind that there are many restrictions for divorcing a woman that most Muslims don't know. Do you guys know? When is a man allowed to divorce his wife? What are some basic conditions?
During her menses, her period.
He's supposed to divorce her during her menses?
No.
You're not allowed to divorce a woman during her menses. You know what happens to women during their menses? They can go a little cuckoo. Women during the menses are not in their best condition. They're easily irritated. It's just not physically, biologically, it is not the greatest state that they're in. And they tend to be easily triggered. So a man is not allowed to divorce his woman during her menses because that's generally not her greatest time. Not only that, if he were to divorce her, he has to divorce her during her, after the menstruation without having had intercourse with her. So not only she's not on her menses, and also there has been no intercourse during that time of her being clean from her menstrual cycle. If you violate any of these two, according to many scholars, your divorce is invalid. All of this, you know the beauty of this? Because if we were to use the anger as a reaction, let's say a husband and wife got into a fight. If the man had the ability to divorce instantaneously, because of, let's say the woman, they can have quite a tongue. She could run her mouth and destroy your whole existence with a few words. Couple of words and they will put an end to your life. Psychologically, not physically. Just in case you thought. So, if this is the case, if you were to act on emotion, then there would be no households that are, still effective in terms of marriage. But imagine now, because that's issues on her menses, what does he have to do?
wait. Usually what happens after he waits? It's all gone. Even if he wanted to divorce her, now they make up an hour later, 2 hours later, a day later, 2 days later, they make up. And what happens? Khalas, it's gone. He no longer wants to divorce her. You understand? So all of these are to be factored in when understanding this. But because if women were to be the decision makers in regards to divorce at all times without any cause, then naturally the divorce rate will be much higher, because there is a tendency to, feel the need to be left alone or to be freed from this controlling man, especially in this era of feminism that is taking over the world. And if the women don't have their patience, then they will just say, I want to be on my own. And when you want to be on your own, that generally leads to you, dying with your cats. No family, no children, no one to look after you, because you wanted to live the ultimate, successful businesswoman life. And it's not satisfactory. Of course, studies are proven now, after they've gone through the whole, vicious cycle, that women are not happy with this whole thing. And they get abused, sadly, at work. And they make less than men. On top of all of that, they make less than men in terms of wages. Tamam? So all of these, can help the person understand the subject matter better. Again, not everything or not every answer is going to satisfy everybody. You might have limited knowledge, therefore your answer might be acceptable but not satisfactory. So what do we revert back to? Tawheed. Your job is to deliver the message of monotheism, the worship of Allah alone. If they know who Allah is, believe me, no one will have a problem with any of this. If a person truly believes in Allah, the Iman, the faith that their companions had, no one will ever have any issue with any divine direction. You will submit. وَقَالُوا سَمِعْنَا وَأَطَعْنَا غُفْرَانَكَ رَبَّنَا وَإِلَيْكَ الْمَصِيرُ. We listen and we obey. Because you know who's in charge, you know who's the authority. Allah, who knows everything and everyone and what's suitable for His creation more than whatever any one of us think. Tamam? So I was told that the time is up, but the Q&A is in. So accordingly, you can ask questions. I think the sisters will have a barcode to scan, or you change your mind.
There's going to be a barcode to scan.
Yeah, where's the barcode? An iPad. Am I being recorded? Oh no, is that even with us? Hello. How are you guys? Does anyone know what HDMI stands for? HDMI.
Oh, high definition video.
Not bad.
What is that?
High definition multimedia input. Yeah. Does anyone know what NFC stands for?
Near field communication.
Impressive. What do you need NFC for?
Near field communication.
Yeah, what do you need it for?
Near field communication.
What near field communication? Yeah, what do you need near field communication for? Yeah, wireless payments, which people call Wi-Fi, because they see the Wi-Fi logo. Oh, can I pay with Wi-Fi? Nah, I mean, you can use Wi-Fi to access internet, and you can go home right about now. All this is the Apple product, right? And even displaying a barcode is such a challenge. Unbelievable, man. If you give me 2 seconds, I will show you 16 barcodes from this Samsung device.
Okay, you can just see it.
Huh?
You can just see the question. It's okay.
Oh, okay, then just ask the question without the barcode. Yeah, see the level of failure that this Apple product is. Yalla, تفضلوا. Yalla, anyone? Q&A? We do need to have dinner tonight. And we do need to finish before 1 a.m. as opposed to last night. So it would be great if we ask the questions immediately. Thank you. Seriously? You invite me, then you ask me the question?
The question is, how to explain the topic of Sharia law when someone says there's no such thing as Sharia because there's no book on it?
There's no book on it? There's a book on it. Sharia comes from the Quran. How to explain Sharia law? Very simple. First of all, let's address the elephant in the room. The elephant in the room is that media have made it seem as though Sharia is what? Barbaric. Sharia is everything has to do with killing. Even though Sharia is the entire legislation of Islam, everything that falls under halal and haram is Sharia. But because they only cherry pick the ones that are, according to them, against their liberal views, those are the ones that are presented to the people. So when we Muslims say we want Sharia, i.e. we want the law that Allah revealed to be applied. This is something that every prophet that preceded Prophet Muhammad peace be upon him also required of his people. Moses was required to establish the law of the Torah among his people. Jesus was commanded to establish the law of the gospel among his people. And before that, the prophets did the same. And the Prophet Muhammad peace be upon him was following the footsteps of his fellow brothers among the prophets and the messengers. So this is completely normal. Now, why is that? Because there isn't anything more suitable for humans than the law that the creator of the humans put down. Evidence, the discrepancy and the oppression that is found among any man-made law. Go to any country, you will find tons of laws that are completely illogical and oppressive. Do you know that in my country, Lebanon, if you jump out your window and you land on someone's car and you die, he's in charge of your death? He's responsible for your death. This is in the law. And it's a French law. When we were colonized by the French, this is something that we have inherited from the French law. You park your car somewhere, some funny guy decides to kill himself, lands on your car, you are responsible for this person's death. Yesterday we gave the example of successful men who divorce an unsuccessful woman, and then the unsuccessful woman takes half of his wealth that she did nothing for. This is unfair. This is absolutely unfair. And we can go on forever mentioning various laws that are not in favor of mankind. Therefore, the only solution is Sharia. Sharia is divine. It's from Allah. And it doesn't favor anyone over the other except as per the divine decree of Allah. And Allah knows best what is suitable for us. Even though you might not feel this way, the way you feel, with all due respect, is irrelevant to what is absolutely correct and truth. And this is the same way we can address anything from Allah. Allah says, for example, there's only one God. I don't ask any atheist, he will tell you what one God. You'll go. What God are you talking about? I haven't seen him. I haven't spoken to him. He hasn't contacted me. I haven't smelled him. I haven't heard him. And therefore, there's no God. But you say, but this is basic. This is Sharia. According to him, this Sharia is only for you, not for him. So if on a very basic level, people can deny the mere existence of God, then subsequently and accordingly, they will deny anything else that comes from him. Because none of them are satisfactory according to them. So, that's just the way the world works. Yeah. Barakallahu. Yes, sister.
Okay. How do you approach if people keep pushing LGBTQ ideas on you, especially if they're your classmates?
Classmates pushing LGBT ideas on you. Well, it's definitely more difficult today than it was, I would say, 20, 30 years ago. or even before that, when that was a disease, homosexuality was officially registered as an illness that you get treated for with medication. Today, fast forward 20, 30 years, you are the sick, homophobic person that needs treatment. So it went from being a disease to being norm, and you now having the disease of not being able to comply or be tolerant or compatible with those ideas. So based on contemporary facts, it is definitely a very difficult thing to deal with, especially when you're not allowed to say anything against them. You merely saying anything about them in and of itself is a crime. But people can say anything about Islam. They themselves can say anything about Islam, no problem. Freedom of speech. Freedom of speech. You can say whatever you want about Islam. You can draw a cartoon of the Prophet Muhammad and insult him. What's your problem? Freedom of speech. Okay, I want to draw a cartoon about rainbows. Nope, can't go. Double standards. Double standards we've been living with for quite some time now. So because of that, you have to approach the matter in a very delicate way, I would say. And you have to, I would say, do an in-depth study on the people of Lut. And then say, here, sit with me. There are some existing articles, by the way, written on the subject matter. Here, let's go through what the Quran says about the people of Lut. What was their crime? What did they say? What did they do? And what happened to them? And based on that, do you think that your perception, your paradigm fits into this, the Islamic teachings? There's no way on earth they can find a justification from the Islamic teachings. And so all you have to do is convey the message of the Quran and the Sunnah in regards to the position we have regarding that act, bearing in mind that Islam understands that a person may have a certain preference or they might have a certain inclination, and if they don't act upon it, then it's all good. Some person or people may be tested with this inclination towards same gender, and if this is the case, if you don't do anything about it, you simply have an issue that you need to resolve nevertheless. But as long as you don't act upon it, there's nothing. Just make dua that Allah makes it easy for you. The problem is in now acting upon those inclinations, which now will create another set of issues for you, because now you're committing one of the most major sins in Islam. And certainly, you don't want to meet Allah in this fashion. None of us would. Also, we will have to say, in fairness, that even if somebody were to be like that, no one can say to him, you're going to hell. Do you understand? We say this act, if Allah doesn't forgive you and have mercy on you on the Day of Judgment, man, could be some trouble for you. But you never know. Nothing is exempt from the mercy of Allah. The only thing that cannot be forgiven is what? Shirk. إِنَّ اللَّهَ لَا يَغْفِرُ أَنْ يُشْرَكَ بِهِ وَيَغْفِرُ مَا دُونَ ذَلِكَ لِمَنْ يَشَاءُ. Allah does not forgive that partners are associated with Him, and He forgives whatever is lesser than that to whomever He wills. You say you affairs with Allah. You never know. If this person can have a better position in the hereafter than you. So we know our limits so that we don't transgress and demonize and make and push the person away. What you don't want to do is you don't want to push them away, so they say, all these Muslims, nobody's giving me a break, just leave me alone, and then they go crazy. They indulge even further. No, you want to keep things under control and calm and collected so that you can help this person through those difficult times. Because it's definitely difficult times. Now,
question is, what if it comes from a professor, like this specific professor said that in Malaysia it's still not allowed and this will not change unless the religion changes itself. So how do you respond to that?
I'm not in a position to tell you how to respond to that.
Okay.
Yeah. Those are university protocols. I'm an outsider. I cannot discuss internally what, if you were coming to my university, and I was the principal in charge, I will have my own way. But here, even if I told you A or B or C, it's not going to change anything that they have written in their law. So there's no solution from my end. Yeah. Yes.
Hello.
Hello.
How can I encourage like Muslim sisters who might be hesitant to join like ASOC events, for example, because they feel like they are not religious enough or knowledgeable enough, or they feel like because they don't act a certain way, they don't wear the hijab, that they don't feel suited to be in this event or some sort?
Great question. I would say the first entity to be blamed, if the sisters feel this way, then we have to blame ourselves. Okay? The first blame goes towards those. I'm saying hypothetically, I'm not saying that we are. I'm saying if the ladies feel this way because of perhaps certain demeanor, certain looks from certain brothers, or they look at it with disgust, or what the heck is she doing here, not wearing hijab? What does she think she is? If they go to sense this, then we have to visit. We have to revisit ourselves, because in spite of you feeling this way internally as part of your iman, it is not from the wisdom that you display that. Not unless, as we mentioned earlier, you have a certain relationship with this person where you feel that if you were to do this, it's not going to create a bigger problem. And that only comes with experience and with time. So generally, the way we go on to feel or react about this around these people is we need to be welcoming. We need to be as welcoming as possible, and y'all need to go out of your way to make them feel welcome. To make them feel welcome. To be welcoming and to make them feel welcome. Because at the end of the day, if she does not come here for fear of being looked down upon or belittled or criticized, then she's probably not going to change her ways. Or if she changes her ways, it's not through you. And you have an objective and goal to be the cause of change towards good. So the sisters have a role to play, the brothers have a role to play. Our role is to let them mind their business. The best thing you can do is mind your business, stop, don't look over there, don't get involved, which is the protocol that we follow to the best of our ability. Let the ladies handle their own business on their own. Now that we are out of the picture, it's on you, sister, to create that environment where you say, no, people come, everybody comes, everybody's welcome, everybody gets to ask questions, nobody's shut down. So, you need to persuade her with your own skills to come, offer her a gift. Back in the day, you guys used to have samosa. Now, no more samosa? Who was the one making all these samosa? You guys, I have history here that you guys don't even know. There used to be 2 buckets of samosa and some funky drink that I would never drink. Some, I don't know, like Kool-Aid type of drink outside. And people there were like 5 times the amount of people that we have now because of the samosa. Because people stand outside, oh, mashallah, bismillah, 1 number 2 number 3. Then you look at it and say, I might as well go to the lecture. And they just come in because they feel they want to now pay back for the samosa they ate. Now, no samosa, no people. So I'm pushing for, and by the way, I used to eat like 1 or 2. Don't think I'm asking for them for me to eat them. It's a very unhealthy food. But I'm saying those things, those incentives, human beings are wild. I've lived and experienced all this. Just understand this. VIP lounge, okay? If you have a silver membership or gold membership with certain airlines, they have VIP lounges. And the VIP lounge has a lot of freebies. Filthy rich people. But dude has more money than all of us combined, is stacking baklava and croissant and cake in his bag. Drinking 1 juice, 1 water, 1 7-Up, 1 coffee. You can buy the whole lounge aslan in like this. Anytime you tell somebody there's something free, in our office, they said we want the employees to help the retail team by going to the stores, visiting our stores, and we have free Samsung t-shirt for the people. So when they take pictures, they have like evidence that they're employees of Samsung. And the people around, each one has at least 5 t-shirts to his name. Yet, no one can give up on a free shirt. It's a free shirt. No, where's my size? Well, going back with all this fuss. It's a free shirt, and you have one in your drawer. Life is not going to stop. Your salary is this much, mashallah, and you have a BMW M5 in a parking lot, and you're living in a villa. Khalas, it's a t-shirt. Let go of the t-shirt. Human beings, greed. If they had, as the Prophet said, if the son of Adam had a mountain of gold, what does he want? A second mountain of gold. Why one? Now we have 2 mountains of gold. So you might have to do some things depending on your budget. I understand, but that's where maybe your expenses should go. People like to get anything free, and so that could be another incentive to bring the people. So we have to work collectively to make the people feel comfortable, to feel welcome, to come to these lectures, come to these workshops, because it is at the end of the day knowledge and entertainment. I'm not here to scold you or to look down upon you. We're trying to have as much fun as we can within the boundaries, that we have. So why not? Why not? Whatever it takes. It could be something that you pay out of your pocket. Say, listen, I got you. Dinner on me, coffee on me. But let's go to the lecture. Most people will say, all right, deal. If you said coffee on you, dinner on you, let's go to the lecture. I'm tired today. I haven't slept in 3 days. And then you lost a customer. So that was the last question. If there's any other questions, then go ahead. Otherwise, we'll call it a day. Your father is telling me, I haven't reported you yet.
Still, huh?
No. You guys don't know what happened yesterday. When we were eating dinner, his father's my ex-boss. So I wanted to take a picture of his son. And it was like a good gesture from me. So it just so happened that he was licking his lips. So the moment I captured the picture, his tongue was sticking out of the side of his face. It's the funniest looking picture. So I had this internal debate: to send or not to send, to send or not to send. What do you think I did? Send. I said, let his father have a good laugh. He said, Malaysia is having a good time by you being there. As for this creature, please report him. Creature, هذا المخلوق بلغ عنه. So now he sent me a message that you haven't reported him yet? Because I sent him a video, by the way, when you were telling the guy, meet me outside.
My father went outside for me.
Allah, your father's going to give you a alga mazbuta. Keep playing games. طيب. Any other questions or we bounce? خلاص. Yeah? More? No more? So what's tomorrow, inshallah? 8:15 p.m. Lecture by Firdaus. Me? 3 days in a row? Wow. Okay. Tomorrow's what? Monday. I lost track. So tomorrow, Monday at 8:15 p.m. inshallah, title of the lecture? God, one, none, or many. I like it. So please come tomorrow. Please bring people. Offer them dinner. Offer them something. Bring people. Let them just get some awareness. They accept, they reject, it's none of our business. The objective is to deliver the message. So thank you so much. Jazakumullah khair. Appreciate your attention and your contributions. And we'll see you tomorrow, inshallah ta'ala. Subhanakallah bihamdik. Ashhadu an la ilaha illa ant. Astaghfiruka wa atubu ilayk. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.